Good evening, guys. Good to see you again. And Gil, on the panel as usual. Good to see you.
Good to be here.
Yeah. Let's see here. Now
I just punched one back at CR.
Yeah. Feeling Clan Wolf popped in earlier. And Walt Rogers popped in too. But not, that was half an hour ago. And Mark, of course, good to see you. And Prepper for the Ages, always good to see you. And Shannon, always nice to see you too, ma'am. Did I miss anyone? No, I don't think so. And CR, of course, good to see you. So I hear, Gil. Yeah. Today's topic, it is a topic from a topic suggested by PV. And plants the good and the bad, or is it actually worth learning? We get into that in a moment. We'll let people join the stream first. Hey, dear love survival, good to see you. And yours. Good to see you.
Oh, CR is digging deep for the jokes.
Yeah, I'll be leaking something here. Oh my.
And there's PV.
There we have PV. Okay. I can't.
That's the truth, Prepper for the Ages.
Wrong link.
Yeah, for the nightshade and stuff around here, a safe way I've been spraying it is with the 45% vinegar. I can take a 2-gallon sprayer, put 1.5 gallons of 45% vinegar and a 1/2 gallon of water. Takes it down to about 35% vinegar, and I just spray that stuff. And in 24 hours, it's all dead.
And I believe that was PV, and it was PV. It is PV. Good to see you, PV.
On your mic this week.
I can hear that much better.
It should be. How you doing, Gil? All right.
Tired, sore, burnt out. 2 weeks of being driven like a slave by the staff sergeant working in the garden. We got a boatload done, but we're both so tired we can't hardly move.
Well, yeah. No one said it would be easy.
Yeah.
R+B roaming. Bunny, good to see you, ma'am. Always nice to see you. Thanks for stopping in. And there we have Dear Love Survival. As soon as he gets his devices connected.
Just a bit. We've got drum roll coming up.
Nope, didn't work.
It didn't work.
Soiled with information. Oh man.
Hey, Dear Love Survival, good to see you, brother.
Real, how you doing?
Hey PV, hey Jill, everyone in the chat.
Hey. Well, PV, I wore my garden hat for your topic.
Right, yeah, good. Get the sun off your face. Well, I'm currently having I got some chemotherapy cream at the moment because I got a bit of a precancerous lesion on my cheek from sun damage, and that's even with wearing wide brim hats in the desert and stuff like this and all over the place. So got ground reflection and all that sort of stuff. So people got to watch themselves. Started off as a little tiny spot and just got a bit worse. So off to the doctors, get it checked out, and then the cream should take over at that stage. Yeah, but good. People need the sun protection.
Speaking of the protection, just is what I've heard. So this is not medical information. Check with your doctor about this and verify things. There are several reports coming out now that wearing sunglasses lowers your body's resistance to the UV rays because the light hitting, the bright light hitting the back of your eyes triggers production of the begins with an M. That helps you protect your skin and stuff.
Melatonin.
Yeah, and several other essential enzymes that the body produces when it's bright out. If you're wearing dark sunglasses, your body doesn't produce that. So check with your doctors to verify that. This is not medical information. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And also check with your doctor about it, about everybody about wearing sunglasses out, and not just a broad brim hat.
Yeah, you see a big problem in sunny places where a lot of people suffer from cataracts later on in life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, PV, it is your suggested topic again this week, and I follow your list. So,
all right, okay, yeah, yeah. Basically, it was, it's a big field, and I don't think a lot of people talk about how to prioritize it amongst other things. So you get the useful ones, the ones that are poisonous. And because the area on the field is so vast, depending on where you live, that it can take quite a long time. It could be a full-time job in some respects as to learning what's what, how to cultivate it, how to process it, make it something useful, the medicinal components of it. Some plants you can eat straight off the peg, so to speak. Some you have to actually process it quite intensely to use it, or some you can actually convert it into an essential oil for future use and this sort of thing. So
Magical Healing, good to see you, man.
So it's an area where it's debatable how far up the priority list it sits, depending on where you are, what threats you're facing, what situation you're in, what event you're thrown in. So I think it's a good subject to talk about, really, because regardless of the actual situation you're in, it can not only bolster your food sources by pure and simple quick foraging techniques, or it can be your complete sustainment if you're pre-prepared and you're that far down the line where you've got an intensive agricultural system going and you're into a self-sustainment pattern, or in different scenarios as well. Hey, Chef.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever.
Or you could be in the most drastic situation of you can't go outside or anything like this, and you've got the ability to make food from scratch using artificial sunlight or sprouting techniques and all this sort of stuff. So all that balanced around each other is what the subject was sort of thrown towards.
Well, I know over here in the U.S., we have the most diverse, how do I want to put this? The most diverse, explosive, horticultural field out here. I mean, I don't know how many different types of mushrooms you guys have over there, but there are hundreds of different type mushrooms, and even the experts get mixed up as well. Okay, is this one safe to eat or not? They're both white.
Yeah.
They both got this, and this one has 3 more spots on it than this one does. Which one do I eat? But,
See, when it comes to particularly foraging, like you say, mushrooms, funguses, molds, spores, whatever you want to call them, they're a completely unique category in the fact that, like you say, that many of them look so similar that I avoid them, to be honest, myself. I just will not trust,
Yeah, me too.
I just don't trust it. If in doubt, leave it. And many, like you say, many experts have fallen foul to picking the wrong ones, and if they fall foul to it and they're experts, what chance have we got?
Exactly.
Yeah, Tammy of Rebel Canners has taken a mushroom course 2 or 3 times, Mark. I think she said she's taken it 3 times and she's going to take it a 4th time here this year.
Like that. Every time she goes, she learns something new because this woman talks so fast, you miss things. And every time she goes again, she learns more. She's like, I said that the last time. She's like, I don't remember because she was too busy focusing on everything she previously said. But
yeah, Tammy was so busy taking notes, she missed some of it.
I hope it's a free course. Your remedial mushroom identification, is she?
One of the other things, like over here in the U.S., we have poison sumac, poison oak, and poison ivy, all close cousins. There is a plant that grows amongst those that is very beneficial to you. However, you see this what looks like this plant in another location where there is none of them. It's a bad plant.
Nori plant.
We get, we have in UK, in Europe, there's probably the same as most places actually. You get your indigenous species of plants, but there's so many invasive species that have come in as well. In some cases, taken over.
Yeah,
it just completely disrupts the sort of the variety in the ecosystem of what should normally grow in your area. But like I say, it's probably a full-time job, and it is being a botanist or professional type forager. I would say you get to know your area, however far out you're going to venture. It depends on the scenario and the different location that people are at. Within 3 miles, probably max for me. When I'm out and about, I know what's in my area. Take note of what's in and around your area. And if people are really struggling because it's quite a varied subject and there's other aspects of their lives they've got to think about and conduct and do and all this sort of stuff, then start off with 3 to 5 plants that people can learn and get converse with, and then build it up from there. And even then, I've got a prepper notebook, and in there I've got a bunch of stuff that I know is in my area because I've seen it and I've written it down. And how many have I got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different plants. That's not including the trees either, or other stuff for other uses. So we're not just talking about, eating things or medicinal plants. People got to consider, the plants which are beneficial for firelighting, building, cordage, and protection as well. A whole variety of things that they can use. But they've got to prioritize them against their other skills and their other knowledge set, I think. And when you look at that, I'll probably give myself, in Britain, it probably comes down to about a third of the way up the priority list for me, to be honest. Yeah.
So, Prepper for the Ages asked me to explain what poison sumac, poison ivy and stuff is. Or that. basically it's not poison, or it is poisonous to eat, but just touching it, some people break out like they've been stung by 1,000 bees, and it's very itchy. And Shadow, if you could share that picture down there.
Yep.
And there's,
There you go.
poison ivy is probably the most pervasive here, followed by poison oak and then poison sumac. But these are the three different flowers over here. The one on the left where a cursor is circling around, that's poison sumac. Poison ivy is in the center, and poison oak is up on the right side. Its leaves look a little bit more like an oak. The poison ivy and sumac generally grow in three leaf clusters. The Boy Scouts refer to these as spicy toilet paper in the wild.
Yeah.
You can thank Mark for bringing that one to my attention. But yeah, this stuff here, my brother and I used to be totally immune to it. We could roll around in it, play in it. Everybody else would get it, just break out in red spots all over and be itching and scratching everywhere, until we got poked by the root when we were digging a trench. And then we were just as allergic to it as everybody else. Firefighters here in the U.S. have a real bad time with it because the smoke, when the forest is burning stuff and that stuff burns in it, they'll get that rash inside their lungs.
Wow.
So yeah, that's just one of the things to explain. Those that know about it, and those that don't are in a bad way over here if they get mixed up with it. But yeah, people during forest fires and stuff, people sometimes evacuate because of what's in the smoke being possible, the oils from the poison ivy, oak, and sumac. So just a little edification there. This is one of the times when Google is your friend to look things up.
Yep.
Or as the Boy Scouts over here say, I don't know, I walked away for a minute. As the Boy Scouts over here say, know the difference between natural toilet paper and natural spicy toilet paper.
Yeah, if in doubt, I'll stick to the. I think everyone is conversed with the sort of taste test, although I wouldn't. I wouldn't try tasting poison ivy
or oak or sumac. Yeah, those are the things. Unless you know you're not allergic to it, you're okay until you get scratched by one of the roots. It has a black tarry sap that leaks out of the roots when you dig through the area where it's at. Oh man, that stuff will just get you no matter what.
And don't burn after you. I've cut trees down that had poison ivy wrapped around it. Yeah, those just go in the woods. You don't burn that stuff. You burn it, just the smoke and the soot. That'll get you on the inside, and that's never a fun day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of remedies like Fell's naphtha soap, things like that. If you get poison ivy on your skin as well. But people will stick to sort of generic rules of foraging. Yes. Spiky leaves, be aware. Anything with sap in it, be aware. If you're going to eat something you're confident what it is, always do like a taste test, as in on your skin and your tongue and all that sort of stuff. And get a book, Food for Free. That's a good book to get, for instance. Get a decent book with good color images, a good variety of images per plant as well. And same with plants and trees. Get to know what the actual thing looks like in all its stages of development and in all seasons as well. Because I've been to places where
the book.
Yeah, we go. I've been out to places where I'm looking for a specific plant, and you come across something which looks similar, and you think, right, is that it or not? And you sort of refer to the book's photographs, and it looks a bit similar, but then again, the poison version of it looks just as similar, So it's a bit. It can be a bit haphazard unless you are, very confident what you're doing. If in doubt, there's a lot of courses out there that people can do, foraging courses, or maybe someone's willing to take you along with them free or whatever. But yeah, we're in the age of all trial and error has already been carried out. So it's worth, if you're going to be reliant in this sort of stuff going on a course, I'd say.
I know here in the U.S. on Amazon, you can buy foraging books for your individual state, because what we forage here in Idaho is totally different than what down in Mississippi or Florida or California, and it's different. Different longitudes and latitudes affects what plants grow, and what ones are poisonous and what ones are not. And so you need to learn what's in your area. And if there are college courses out there from the extension services, take them, learn.
Yeah, and that was
it is worth it.
That was the premise behind Bush Tucker Man, Les Hiddins, who was a famous TV series back in the 80s, 90s. Guy in Australia, I don't know if people are familiar with him. He's quite a famous guy. Bush Tucker Man, wore a funny shaped hat. Anyway, he was in the Australian Army, and he was tasked with going around Northern Australia into various areas and mapping out the survival food of those areas. And he came up with these maps that they were called snack maps. And on the back of each, and they were predominantly sort of targeted the air crew and this sort of stuff and special forces. On the back of each map of an area of operation that the air crew were flying over or the SF were working in were Les Hiddins' research. And it was basically pictures of the plants in those areas that could be readily used as food from foraging and this sort of things. And I think that's a good way of a sort of a good method people can transpose into the prepping aspect of life. Is if you're in an area, you could go 6 to 10 mile out or whatever distance you want to, make your own like snack maps, and you can even plot them on a map if you want. But like you say, Gil, in a place where you got varied regions, there's no a lot of people could do this sort of stuff.
Hang on here.
I just want to share one thing with you guys when we are on here. I searched for other poisonous plants here in Sweden, what we have.
Come on.
Several plants are poisonous in Sweden, with the most common being yew, belladonna, and giant hogweed. Other poisonous plants include foxglove, oleander, and certain members of the nightshade family. In addition, several poisonous mushrooms are also found in Sweden, such as the destroying angel and death cap, which can be mistaken for edible varieties. And we have a little list of plants. Yew. This evergreen shrub is toxic, particularly the needles and the seeds. The red berries are harmless for humans, but can cause poisoning in birds and animals. Belladonna. This plant, also known as a deadly nightshade, is highly poisonous and contains alkaloids like atropine. All parts of the plant are toxic. Giant hogweed. This invasive plant can cause severe skin burns when the sap comes into contact with skin and is then exposed to sunlight. Foxglove. While traditionally used in medicine, foxglove is highly poisonous and should not be ingested. Oleander. All parts of this plant are toxic and it is often grown as an ornamental shrub.
Yeah.
Castor bean.
I like to divide the highways over here with it. North and back, let's say north versus south in the meridian strip, they'll plant oleander.
Yeah. Castor bean. The seeds of this plant contain resin, a highly toxic protein. Hemlock. This plant is highly toxic and contains the alkaloid quinine, which is known for its neurotoxic effects. Aconite. This plant, also known as monk's hood, contains aconitine, one of the most toxic plant compounds known. Autumn crocus. This plant, found in meadows and pastures, is poisonous and should not be taken home. Datura. This plant is also known as Jimson weed, is highly poisonous and contains anticholinogenic toxins. Then we have mushrooms. Destroying angel. This mushroom contains amatoxins, which are extremely toxic and can cause liver and kidney damage. Death cap. Similar to the destroying angel, the death cap also contains amatoxins. Brown roll rim. This mushroom is often eaten in Sweden, but should be avoided by those who are not experts in mushroom identification, as it is poisonous. Fool's web cap. This mushroom is poisonous and contains orelline, which can damage the kidneys. So there is a part of what we have here in my country anyway.
You see, everything's got its toxicity level.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, everyone, well, most of those on there, I mean, take Digitalis, for instance. You can quite, you could use that if you know what you're doing. But the threshold of safe to dangerous is pretty fine. So
this is a garden. And this is the gate. These plants can kill, and that's what it's they it's in the UK, and they give tours on it. But yeah, what I think is scariest is how many people these guys are wearing as they walk around in it. But yeah, and it goes through all the different things in it. But yeah, I'm glad it's over there in the UK, not here in the US.
Yeah, it's a good. I've not been there yet, but that's on my list of things to do at some point.
I did find something good for the UK though on Amazon. I'm gonna go. That's one here. Okay, so these are foraging books for Ireland and the UK. So there are a nice supply of foraging books there.
Oh yeah, there's plenty knocking around here. Yeah.
So, and in Eastern Europe. So. I know you get back to the Rocky Mountains. So,
the Eastern Europeans are mushroom picking is quite popular when you
France.
get to sort of Eastern Germany, into Poland, and so on. Not sure why, but yeah. But yeah, I mean, if it comes to it, well, it's a famous. There's a film out called. I had to Google it earlier. I remembered it, but I couldn't remember the actual name. It's called Survival Family. It's a Japanese film, 2016, Survival Family. And it basically, what it was about is a worldwide blackout. And it follows this family in Japan, Tokyo. And they eventually, after a couple of days of, thinking it's going to come back, it doesn't come back. And slowly society breaks down, and they eventually bug out on foot or on bike originally to their uncle's house in the rural areas, and they're pretty. Their knowledge isn't very good at anything really, but they come across this. The key indicator about foraging is they come across this group of cyclists who are foragers halfway through their sort of journey. And they tell them the benefits of, they see them at the side of the road picking plants and cooking them and making teas and all this sort of stuff out of it. And they suddenly realize the benefits of what they should have learned beforehand. So it's a good indication of good film, actually. Good indication of how things may go. One sort of aspect to it. Survival Family 2016 Japanese film, worth a watch. Quite funny in places as well. So. I'll put the link up to a blog which was an example of Les Hiddins's snack maps in Australia back a while ago there.
Mrs. Anila, good to see you, ma'am.
I know Little Lone Prepper made a comment there about foxglove being used by the the pharmaceutical industry. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, that's what I was indicating earlier. Is the every plant's got its toxicity level. You've got to determine what it is beforehand.
Yeah, I know that foxglove is not the only one the pharmaceutical industry uses. Different things, and not only the pharmaceutical industry, the cosmetic industry as well uses stuff that is, why are you putting that in there? But yeah,
if you look at most medications are all derived from plants in some way, shape, or form. I mean, I've got people look in their own gardens. I mean, in our garden, we've got.
Hey, it's good to see you, ma'am.
Hey, Ace. In our garden, we've got St. John's wort growing, for instance. Not exactly sure how I can harvest it and use it, but that's one for the future, I suppose.
Yeah, there are a lot of books out on herbal remedies as well. So once you find a herb and you identify that it is actually this herb or that herb, these books will tell you what you can use it for, if you can use it.
Yeah. That's the toxicity level when it comes to things like that. If you're going to use it medicinally, you know what you're getting into, and I think you really have got to seek some sort of training beforehand. Even
Scottish Prepper 73, good to see you, brother.
Hey, Scottish Prepper 73. G'day.
Brian.
See, I mentioned there, aspirin from willow bark and things like this.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
I think everyone knows that aspirin derives from willow bark, but do people know how much willow bark to take, what part of the bark to take, how much of a quantity to put in and soak in the water, etc., etc.? In 1 minute, it could cure your headache quite quickly. On the other hand,
permanently,
it could have dire effects in your digestive systems because aspirin is quite a destructive element. It's quite acidic, and it could have other effects, gastrointestinal and tissue damage and all sorts of it. These things, some of these things aren't to be messed with, really.
It'll work really well one time.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And some other plants which really do need delving into can protect you from all sorts of radiation, and they can aid in chelation and all this sort of thing.
Hey, Myra, good to see you again.
So I'm not going to tell people which ones do what, but it's worth researching, basically. And in this day and age of AI, you can just ask any sort of LLM to come up with useful plants in your area as a starting point, for instance. So, but yeah, that's eating, supplementing with food. Yeah, even if you've discovered if your preps are quite bland, you could go out, and if you know where the wild garlic is, pick wild garlic to spice it up a bit. Then all well and good. Nettles are everywhere, pine trees, etc., etc. Just the common ones I'm spouting off here, but in the winter, you go into the good foraging season of autumn, and that's when the real abundance kicks in, when you got all the berries out and all this sort of thing. And in fact, quite a lot of people actually eat seasonally. I know the Queen of England used to do this, and she would have make a point of eating berries as they come into season with other sort of plants. Becomes some sort of
Welcome, Norfolk Motors.
Natural cycle of things, from rose hips to blackberries, elderflowers, and what's more importantly, foraging is the initial the initial aspects of it. Once you've actually foraged the plants, you know, do people know how to actually keep that source and preserve it for future use? For instance, there's anyone likes watching Ray Mears, for instance, he does a good series, and Ray Mears they're all on YouTube nowadays. He did an article on hawthorn, and the Neolithic man used to use hawthorn as a carbohydrate, not sugar fix, but a treat and an energy booster. And he did a good video there, and hawthorn's not still quite abundant in UK, for instance, of harvesting the hawthorn, making it into a sort of a jelly, drying it out, and thereafter you could use that and eat it for up to like 2 years after, depending on how you actually stored it. So preserving your bounty, so to speak, is key as well.
What I got up here is it's called the toothache plant, also known as Acmella. I forget it. I can't pronounce it. Anyways, if you just look up toothache plant, you'll find it. Flowers or leaves, and it has like a numbing sensation on it. There's other ones you can do for that you can chew cloves.
Yeah.
You can chew on cloves and some other bunch of stuff. Knowing this sort of stuff is one of the things that can help you out in a pinch.
Definitely. I mean, clove is very potent and powerful.
Yeah.
I've quizzed my dentist on this, and I've used clove oil, and I've given it to other people to use when they've had toothaches and things like this, and it is almost an instant anesthetic. And the dentist agreed with me. He says, keep it in your sort of austere pack for times when you haven't got anesthetics, and it will take the pain off. But, like we're saying, harvesting clove, if you know what to look for, you can harvest it. If it grows in your area, fine. Then you've got to be able to make it into an essential oil. Yeah, it's not quite as easy. Equipment involved and fuel involved and all this sort of stuff. So with things like that, I mean, essential oils is another sort of strand to it as well. You're probably better off, I would say, buying the stuff now, essential oils, a good quality essential oil that isn't designed for aromatherapy, stuff that if you're going to intend to take it internally, then take it internally. Buy the stuff that's for that intention,
Yeah.
Because some of the carrier oils in there aren't very good if you ingest the stuff. Whereas, essential oils, I think people take the essential oils quite lightly. They are very, very potent stuff, and they can actually damage the skin if you don't put them in the right sort of doses and stuff.
And the thing is that they also have other uses too. So if you take peppermint oil, lemongrass oil, and add a little witch hazel to it, you have a good repellent for wasps and rodents. And so you can take it, the little cotton ball, and put it on it, toss it up in the attic, and it'll chase the pests out of the attic. You can put it, if you have paper wasps making nests outside, you can put in a little sprayer. It'll shoot a little bit up there at the wasp nest at night, and the next day they'll be gone. They'll abandon their nest. So there's more than just uses for us. You have other uses you can use it on.
Yeah. Likewise with cordage as well. Your hazel, your willow, your nettle, or can all be made into rudimentary cordage. That wouldn't really be my go-to for anything really strong. It would be sort of like in a large ditch survival effort sort of scenario. But yeah, they got the uses, and as well as those, the hazel and the willow, they've got the unique characteristics in their wood as well, which is another thing. You go onto trees, how many people can identify, name, and bring to use, more than 5 trees out of their repertoire. There's so many, and I think it really does pay off if you were to, if someone's focused on learning about this sort of stuff, is pick
even like pine trees. We got America. We got 30 varieties of different pine trees.
Yeah,
most of them, I'll say most of them, you can use the needles and make pine needle tea, and it's loaded with vitamin C, and you kind of need that.
Yeah, that was a famous story when the conquistadors of Spain went into South America, and a lot of them got scurvy, and they ended up dying from malnutrition from various vitamins and minerals. Yet they were sat under pine trees and amongst pine tree forests, which could have saved them if they had the knowledge. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, a good starting point for people, I'd say, with trees as well. Start off with, make it your goal to pick, learn 5 trees, 5 plants in your area in the year, or 6.
Hey, Genius, good to see you.
That should be quite doable, because that's like 1 tree every 2 months, and you could quite easily spend a couple of minutes a day or a week or whatever learning about this sort of stuff, going out, having a look around. If you're picking a Turkish oak tree or an English oak tree, know the difference between the two, know where they grow, and get to know what they actually look like in various seasons. Yeah. So yeah, it's a big subject and a complicated subject. It can be, but
Yeah.
I say you got to prioritize it against your other required skills or your other required knowledge. So if you're, let's look at the priorities of survival. If you're shelter, fire, water, food is sort of last on the list. So therefore, you could argue that shelter being number 1 in the
UK prepper, good to see you.
in the colder boreal area of the world. So if you haven't got any other shelter making material, know how to or what to look for to pick a good shelter building material that's going to keep you alive. Fire, know what burns well, know what burns quick, know what's going to help you light the fire with a quick spark, know what is going to be poisonous when you burn it, all this sort of stuff,
and what things you can just use as insulation that aren't going to be poisonous for you, but like laying it down for bedding and stuff, but it'll keep bugs and stuff away.
Yeah, like the greater, what do you call it? Cattails, greater reed mace.
Mm-hmm.
You can fill your jacket with all the, the sausage part of the plant, spray it up, stuff it into your jacket if you're really in dire straits. But I'd suggest to people that the more you are tending towards a survival situation, i.e. lost in the woods, plane crash, broken down in remote areas, etc., the more you're going down the survival route, then the more foraging, plants, trees are going to be the priority goes up. Whereas if you're more in a rural area and you're focused on a disaster scenario, more of a prepping scenario as opposed to survival scenario or bushcraft, then the foraging aspects will come down in priority a touch. But regardless, plants, trees have got their place.
Yeah.
Because without them, where you live in, Arctic, desert, or a concrete jungle, etc. So, it is a famous story of who was it? The World War II. There was a raid on the heavy water factory in Norway, and the guys, the Royal Marines, at one point they were such low on food they ended up eating and foraging for lichen and stuff like this. And there's many other, stories of survival where people have had to, at necessity, forage to gain some sort of sustenance.
One of the things, I was just looking up some fun facts about different things. I found where the AI is, Google's AI is wrong. I looked up, can goats eat walnut husk? And it goes, no, animals cannot eat it at all. It's poisonous to all animals. Then I Googled, can pigs eat it? Yes, pigs eat it quite often. It's good for pigs. It kills the parasites in pigs. You feed the walnut husk to your pigs. And then I found out what animals can eat it. And then it gives me squirrels, raccoons, some birds. You got to be careful of the AI sometimes.
Especially Google AI. It's all about asking the right question.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get rid of my garden hat here because it's a little big.
AI is only the value of who programmed the eye.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them, some are better than others. Some are just purely sort of reference tools, and all they do is calculate, they don't think. Yeah, personally, I use Grok 3, but there's a lot of them out there, and like I say, some of them you've got to be really specific and answer, really ask the question to such a level where you're answering your own question anyway.
Now, let's take a little turn on this. Instead of just foraging, gardening, what plants will grow in your area and thrive, and what plants will struggle, and what plants will say, "Oh hell no, I ain't growing there." That's something else you need to know too.
Yeah, I mean, you can to a certain level, you can manipulate the environment, i.e., greenhouse, cold frames, and stuff like this. But out in the open, different story in it. Not that I'm an expert. Gardening is one of my sort of weak points, really, but that's my presumptions.
I just planted. Got to count up. Okay, I sent 6 back to my wife, so that means I planted 12. Yeah, 12. No. I planted 18 Mountain Princess tomatoes this week, and my wife took 6 back to California. If you look up what Mountain Princess is good for, it's good for cooler climates, such as in the mountains. Duh. But I was talking to my wife about it. She goes, "Wait a minute, cooler mountain areas. Yeah, that's here in Idaho in the early spring and early fall, but summer. No, you're hotter than the Mojave Desert up here. You make the Sahara look cool." So, it's like, we're going to see how well those do up here. If I have to put shade cloth over them to kind of, protect them a little bit or not. But I also have several other varieties of tomatoes growing as well. So we'll see what grows best. And that's part of what it is. You need to learn what grows best in your area through experimentation. They can tell you, "Oh yeah, this is good for your area," but if you don't plant it, you're not going to find out. And I'm surprised Mark isn't chiming in about lemon balm.
I was gonna, but everybody else was talking. And yeah, Tammy can't grow lemon balm very well, but I'm literally looking at, 10 square yards of what I determine as weeds because they won't go away. So I'm going to dig a whole bunch of it up, throw it in little pots, and bring it out to the food show in Ohio in a few weeks and give it to her so she can make her tinctures and oils and whatever else she wants from it, because it just comes up everywhere. It's a great, if you dry it and use it in tea, it's a great to go to sleep at night. From what I heard, it's calming.
If you make it, it's really calming if you add it to an alcohol tincture of say 180 proof.
Yeah, like scotch and water. I don't know. Yeah. The hardest vegetable to grow in a normal climate depends on what you deem as normal. I have problems with cucumbers around here because cucumber beetles are rampant. Also, I have a problem with cabbages because cabbage beetles are rampant. And I don't spray anything on my vegetables. So I don't know. Depends on the pests and your soil conditions.
And down in the southern U.S., in Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, that they have squash bugs just devastate their squash plants.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Howie, good to see you, brother.
I've never seen a squash bug in my life in California or Idaho, and squash grow really good here. Lettuce grows really good here. It doesn't grow really good down in New Mexico, Arizona, or Texas. Yeah, so like you said, it depends on your location. What is the hardest to grow? What's the easiest to grow?
Yeah, I'll have cucumbers or zucchini or yellow squash. They'll be doing great for like 6 weeks, 8 weeks. And I'm starting to get squash, and I'll walk out there the next day, and it's like a cow sat on the middle of the plant and just flattened it. Because the beetles get inside the tubes and destroy it, and it just drops off. Now, you can get them out. Use a black light. If you know they're in there, like if you have a feeling they're in there, use a black light at night. You can see them inside the tube. You just cut a little hole and pull them out and squish them, and it'll heal itself back up and usually come back to life. But I have not been lucky doing that, so I'm just not a zucchini fan because you can't really preserve it too well except for maybe freeze drying or dehydrating. But even dehydrating, they're just like little rocks.
Yeah. Well, say like for dehydrating squash and stuff like that, you grate it up, and even for like for the cabbage and stuff, hey, sauerkraut.
Sure.
It's a pity Guardian Prepping isn't here because he's just planted his little food forest, which is.
Well, we got Howie in the side chat. You want to talk about a food forest? Man.
Yeah, he wants to join us.
Which is a good idea, because if you can do that, then, all the well and good, you can provide yourself with everything you sort of, a large majority of all the plants you need.
Yeah. Howie's sort of like the ninja of guerrilla gardeners. I mean, he plants stuff on everybody else's plant on government land. Everywhere, he just plants stuff everywhere.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a funk right now because they're, from what he said this morning, they're clearing out a whole bunch of properties nearby where he had a lot of stuff growing, and they just go in there with the bulldozers and just rip it all out. Then they dump it at a local Indian reservation because they can. They just dump stuff, and it's like, oh, sorry, here you go. Yeah. So he's in a bit of a funk this morning.
Another
hey, Howie, good to see you.
Yeah, he'll tell you all about it now. What's up, Howie?
Hey,
how's it going?
Good. What's going on?
Yeah, we're talking about what they're doing in your area there with the bulldozers, going to put houses or something. And you were talking about this morning.
Yeah, sad. Hey, I'm going to try to save a lot of them, though. A lot of the big rotos, I'm going to try to save them, but I can't save everything. But
so, what was your idea behind your sort of method of growing and planting things, Howie?
Well, I make my own soil to begin with in layers, just like nature. Soil's made in layers in nature, so I just copy nature, so I don't have as many problems. Like, the First Nations, the native peoples, when they grew something, they burned the land first, so they had lots of biochar and wood ash. So that's one of the first things I do every year is make my biochar and wood ash, so I don't have bug problems and stuff like that too, right? So
you mainly rely on wood ash as opposed to composting, or the combination?
Well, I make a thing called #pathway soil bank. So what happens is there's a layer of green brown, just like in nature, and then I put the wood ash or biochar on that, and in that I'll put the kitchen waste. that kind
How
of.
how much can you make? What does that cover? What sort of area are we talking about?
I have on a half acre, I've made 450 yards of soil in 10,
Right.
12 years.
Right. Good.
And all for free. I didn't pay anything for this food forest, by the way.
And is this predominantly to bolster up your eating or food stores, or?
Well, I eat from it all the time, and I share, and I give thousands of pounds away every year to the food bank. A mobile food bank picks up what I can't. And then because who I am in the neighborhood, they've, you know, a lot of people now grow food here as well.
Yeah.
Great.
How much of a plot have you got?
Well, I have many. The one I'm on is a half acre, but I've made 9 food forests, and I'm on my 10th one. And now I do what's called food forest hedges on streetscapes. So I'm doing that, and I'm planting in my neighborhood all the time.
So explain that that food forest on cityscapes, was it?
Well, you got to make layers of green, brown. You got to make the soil wherever you are now. The soil's depleted, so there's no good to go and try to grow something on depleted soil. So what I mean by green, brown, okay, is a layer of leaves, a layer of lawn clippings, chop and drop branches, coffee grounds, kitchen waste, seaweed, anything biomass, that green, brown. Now, if you can accumulate a lot of green, but so you use your old pathway soil bank for a brown layer. So that's putting your microbes right in there. And I build soil really fast. People come by. I just built a hugel culture mound at the front of the food forest, and people come by and they're like, "Wow, that was fast." It's been 2 months and it's already producing food. It's 33 feet long, 5 feet deep, and 12 foot wide. And that was from nothing, and I didn't pay for anything to go in there. I made everything, and I had everything to already go because I make my own soil. That's key. If you don't make soil, then you're buying bagged of dirt that you don't know what the hell's in it or where it's from. That's key to make your own soil. If you want to grow your own food in nature, 1 inch of soil is made every 10 years in a forested area. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's not very much. That's 1 inch. I can make 10, 12 inches in a day on a half acre. Right. But it's an accumulative thing where you collect your leaves in the fall, you put it all over the forest floor. All the leaves from your forest drop down. The bird died the other day, and I chucked his ass out into the compost, like a pathway soil bank. I killed a bunny. I didn't want the bunny. It was a small bunny. So I threw him in the pathway soil bank. I found 3 rats in my traps. So I finished off 2 of them with a stick, and I threw them in there. And, and then when I go fishing, all the guts and bones, I throw that in there. And then, kitchen waste. I'm constantly. I'm at a limit now where I don't have to make soil anymore, but I am because I've designed a streetscape food forest hedge. So I give away a lot of soil to start other food forests on bare rock. If you go look at my videos, just on bare rock, I actually have 130 trees growing on bare rock that I made soil and I showed people how to make. So it's an endeavor for your entire life to grow your own healthy food. Because hang on a second. I got something going on here. What's going on? How can I mute? Here we go.
Yeah, so this is how he's talking about the food about the hugel culture doing layers. I can't find your pamphlet, Howie, but I'm showing the other pictures here of hugel culture, and you use hugel culture to do your food forest as well too.
Yeah, I got my friend doing that. I made him a bunch of raised beds. They're like 20 inches high or 24 inches high. They're small. But he's like, "Oh, I need to get a lot of dirt." I was like, "No, don't do that. Just go around the property, pick up all the sticks and yard waste and stuff, throw it in the bottom. Then you only need some soil on top of that, and it'll go down every year." And he this year he was like, holy crap, it went down like 18 inches. I was like, yeah, don't dig it up. I said, let those bug, let everything do what it does under there. Just let it go and just add some more. He has cows on his farm, so he goes into the paddock area where the cow poop's been fermenting for years. It's black gold. He just goes in there with the bucket loader, takes a couple scoops out, brings it over, and dumps it in.
So I've redesigned the Hugel culture mound. That's sort of the oldest pre-industrial agriculture known to man. And I've redesigned it where there's less large biomass. It's all really small biomass. And that seems to work better for me because I've experimented. I've built a lot of them and most were successful. But the first ones I built were not because I was going.
Welcome yesterday, Orchid. Good to see you, man.
I was going by what I had learned, and you know, in everyone's area is different. I'm not in the mountains here where Hugel Culture Mound is built. I'm at sea level here. I'm 93.5 feet above sea level. So over the years, I've learned to readjust and build it where it works right away instead of having to redo it for 2 or 3 years in a row. People have to redo their Hugel culture mound until they get it right. But if you follow my instructions on the Hugel culture mound building, you can go on my YouTube channel and you'll find it's a lot easier than you know, because every place is different. There's no two places the same. There's no two climates. There's different zones, microclimates. It's endless. So the best bet is to make your own soil and make Hugel culture mound combined with permaculture, regenerative practices, and everything is in a layer. Like you have underground food, on the ground food. You know, it's everything's a layer in permaculture. So, and you know what? There would be no two food forests the same. That's impossible. That's what I've seen. Even where I am in this climate, every single person has a food forest that I know of that's in my inner circle, but none are the same.
Hey, Howie, what do you do with like say somebody had tomato, like a lot of tomatoes, and they had a blight, and it really did damage to their tomato plants. When they pull those out, do they chop and drop, or should they burn it, or just get rid of it?
You know what? Just chop and drop anything you want, and you know it's microbes that make pathogens and toxins inert. And you want to keep your microbial alive. Anything that has a biomass that doesn't have like Weed X, Kill X, or Roundup on it, it's pretty safe to use, right? But that shit stays in the soil and in you for years because it's water soluble, and that you don't want. If you've got a problem, then you're unbalanced.
Right, the soil, just like the human body.
Yeah. So if you're getting like, say, white mold on your tomato plants, you're getting die off, you're getting spot mold, then you've got a problem where you haven't seen it yet. You haven't solved it. So the way I solve my problem is I make sure there's lots of birds. I make sure that I put lots of wood ash down. And wood ash, I mean, it's very, and biochar. The first thing that when you're poisoned, the first thing that they give you at the hospital is biochar.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. Why? Because it absorbs it. And then you're able to pass it. It makes it inert. And it's just sort of the same way in nature. Wherever you are, you're going to need biochar. Now, if you're growing in containers, it's pretty easy to get some crushed biochar and put in there. And bugs don't like that. No, not all bugs. Some people go, oh, ants show up and carry away my biochar. Well, guess what? You didn't load it up with wood ash.
I do that every year. I burn all my yard waste, all the trees and branches and stuff.
That's what you want. That's what you want.
And I put it in a bucket, and then in the fall, I just sprinkle it all over the tops of the gardens, and then over the winter time, it absorbs in and all that. And then in the spring, I just plant. And last year, I had problems with blossom rot for about the first 4 weeks. Yeah. For about the first 4 weeks, I had blossom rot. I thought it was a watering issue. Then I realized it was a potassium issue. So I just sprinkled some more wood ash down, and within a week, all the tomatoes were beautiful. I had no problems.
Wonderful. Could I have full screen, Joran?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you okay with this?
Yeah.
Good. There
There you
it
go,
is
Howie.
here. That's a hugel culture mound. Now have 25 or 25-inch layers. Okay, that's the hugel culture mound right there.
So is that bottom layer wood, you say?
Well, yeah, deciduous wood. Don't use redwoods or conifers. And make sure it's older wood. Don't put new wood in there.
I was going to say, what's your preferred wood?
Maple. Lombardy poplar is the best. What Gil uses there. That's the best. But any hang on, let me put this back like this so it's not bouncing around. There's the pathway soil bank too. There we go, right there. And there's the pathway soil bank, all in layers, all the different materials. Now, different materials, you could have a peanut farm where you are and you get all the peanut shells, right? Or you got a horse paddock down the road, whatever it is. And it's all made in layers. Now, there's two ways to make this. If there's water there, you build this on top of the ground. If there's no water there, dry, then you build it in the ground. Now, if you built it any either way, it doesn't matter. It's going to work anyway. I'm just giving you the little better edge. You see?
Yeah, I got high water table by me, and I'm not going to dig it in.
So you build this on top of the ground.
It'll
Then
just
you
wash
put this
away.
here. See, this here is the pathway soil bank that I made the soils on top of the green, brown, green, brown, green, brown. And these layers here, that's because, and then I put rocks in. You see the rocks right here for heat, for radiated heat, you know? Because if I want to grow watermelons on here, I have heat. Watermelons like heat, you see. And this, you can see this is 5 feet. This is 5 foot high. That's how big you want to make them. This is about 12 foot wide. And you want to make soil. Once you make soil, and it's making soil is like a 10-minute a day. You get your coffee grounds from Starbucks. You get your lawn mowing clippings from the guy that mows in the living, and and then people with their kitchen waste. So on the bottom here, you see this is the kitchen waste, right? And here's my chop and drop. You see, so I chop and drop. Then I put the kitchen waste. Then I put the coffee grounds. Then I put a bunch of, whatever I got, chop and drop, cardboard. Then I'll put some more green yard waste. Then I'll put some more lawn clippings. And then at the very top, I'll put my already made soil, pathway soil bank soil, but any compost will do. And then on top of that, I'll put a lot of wood ash, like about a 1/4 inch thick of wood ash, and then about 1 inch thick of biochar that I've made, I've crushed it up. I make my own biochar. I don't go the way that people put it in and take all the they take out all the volatile oils and they make it into biochar, and it takes forever. It takes a lot of work. I just burn a bunch of wood on the ground, burn it for an hour, hit it with the hose, take that what's there, put it in a wheelbarrow, put the wood ash in, bash it up, hit it with the hose. The hose soaks the wood ash to go inside the biochar because it's like blocks of Swiss cheese. And then when I put that in my soil, okay, the roots from the plants go right into the biochar. There's nutrients in it and water saved inside there. Okay, so it's all in how you construct it. And the best way is to go with nature and in your environment. As soon as you're running to the store, buying plants, buying soil, you're going to be doing that the rest of your life. As soon as you change and start making your own soil, you'll understand your microbial world, because you all have questions, or some of you have questions about problems. And then you won't have as many problems. Like last couple years ago, I had an infection of gypsy moth. So the past 2 years, I've been feeding my birds right underneath that tree. This year, you didn't see a gypsy moth show up. My apple trees are loaded. And it's just a matter, I'm smarter than the gypsy moth. This week, I'm smarter than the mouse and the bunny. they got whacked and thrown into the pile. I mean, I feel bad for the little mouse and rats and bunnies, but this isn't a place for them to they're doing damage on my food crops. So I build an owl house, man. I just put up an owl tree. So what I did is I moved this Italian plum, and I cut the top off of it. It's a big tree. It's this big around, you know. So what it is there's an ability for the owl to sit there and look over my food forest and then swoop in and take it. Now that's all fine and dandy, but now that I've got all these stays and everything growing, there's a ton of places for the little guys to live. So I had to break out my rat traps, and then there's me with the stick. And I'm not taking prisoners, and I'm sorry about, not taking prisoners, but I just can't do it. I'm not going to. And, people do, they have these live traps, and they go, oh, we'll trap him. And he's going to come back. You're not going to win. And you want to win. You want your food. No matter what you do, you don't want to lose. Okay. And the more you put layers like wood chips, leaves, like Gil putting those wood chips all through his fruit trees all are, that's keeping the moisture in. That's keeping nutrients, microbes. He's already broken it down. But the best I've seen Gil do was he had those Lombardy poplars. Those make the best soil. Lombardy poplars with layers. And the smaller you make your biomass, faster it degrades. And then you're using the nutrients. But as soon as it gets cold, the microbes retreat. And they're just not there. Try to use your indigenous microorganisms as much as possible by introducing, like I see on the internet, you can buy microorganisms from Ireland and wherever else, right? And I'm like, what are you, crazy? Use what you have. That's what's here. As soon as you start introducing foreign microorganisms, you got problems, right? That's just not conducive to a good environment that's already here. They're acclimated, these creatures, these microorganisms. They're here. They're used to it getting cold and retreating and going to warm. As soon as you get moisture and enough warmth, your microbes, like in one spoonful, there's 1.5 billion microbes. Okay, so and you want the indigenous one. So when you dig out and plant a tree, you're going to dig down the size of the pot. But then what you're going to do, if it's a lateral growing, and most are, is you dig out like a T. Okay, so then you put your fruit tree in, spread whatever roots you can out in the T, and then you put your exact soil back in. Okay, that you've made or is indigenous to there. And you'll always be successful. When you see people go, I planted this tree and that tree and it died, it's not doing anything. It's because you didn't do your research. It's because you're not being in tune with that tree. It's like a peach tree has a taproot. Are you going to make that tea if it's got a taproot? No, you don't need it. But if you're going to put an apple tree there, it's a lateral root system, you're going to need it. Right? It's to me, I've been doing this since I was 3 years old. So it's a knack that I have, and I'm not a knackerman. And if you know what a knackerman is, then he's the guy that figures out why you died or the animal died. So, but I'm not one of those, but I can figure out why the plant or tree died just by like looking at it. And, like pawpaw, they're a taproot. They go straight down. Very few plants and trees have a taproot. Like watermelon and squash have taproots. They're the only ones that do, like in the vegetable world, right? In the vine world, right? They're the only ones that do. But I keep my vines in my trees, and I get more grapes than I can pick. I get more kiwi than I can eat. And people are like, well, why do you have a kiwi in the tree? Well, you're going to build an arbor and then put the kiwi there? A kiwi loves to climb on a tree. That's their job. That's their job. A grapevine, that's all fine and dandy that you want to go out there and you want to make your grapes and you make your rows. And you know what? You're going to be successful. But hell, man, you're going to be doing a lot of work the rest of your life. Okay. I don't want to do any of that. Now, I do have to prune some once in a while because it can get too heavy, okay? It certainly can. And I planted a kiwi recently, and it was a Pacific kiwi, a self-fertile one. So, and I planted it and it was 10 inches tall, and I hid it inside the hedge where I had already hidden a Japanese sugar plum. So it's already 7 feet tall now, just within 2 months. And just going for it. Not did I need more kiwi? No, it's a demonstration out at the front of the property to show people what they can do. 2 people now are doing that. One, I paid for the kiwi myself. 2 is that they now have the kiwi and have planted it at other food forests. So it's a ripple effect. If you go look like 15 years ago at the old satellite photographs of this area here, it's all lawns. Now, if you go look at it now, you don't see any lawns. All you see is trees and fruit trees and chickens and goats and all kind of stuff, you know. It's a big difference when you leave the legacy. You take charge of your soil and your neighborhood because no one else is going to do it. No government's going to come by and say, oh, gee, we better plant fruit trees here. It's up to you. And
I've got a question for you, Earthling. Do you check the acidity in the soil and the alkalinity?
Well, it depends what I'm planting.
Yes.
Some are neutral.
Some
like
are neutral.
Strawberries will grow in anything.
Yeah,
so do I need to check the soil? No.
Most fruit and vegetables are tolerant.
Tomatoes like acidity.
And what about adding like lime?
Well, you're not growing tomatoes there. But if you're growing cukes or squash, yeah, lime your soil. You know, I have to lime because I'm in a cedar. The cedar leaves, needles come down here, and they're very acidic. So if I want some veggies growing, I have to lime there. Okay, and I've never used a pH meter until recently. I went over to a friend's, and they were using a pH meter. Actually, they didn't even use it. I said, what's that? And they're like, oh, that's a pH meter. I said, well, would you bring it over here? We'll give it a go, right? And one guy he's like, well, let's try it on the citrus. They're growing citrus here in Canada. I gave them like 10, 15-foot citrus trees, hey, lemons, which is rare in Canada. So anyway, you need an alkalinity, not so much. You need a little bit acidic for it to be healthy citrus. I had a guy that's well known on YouTube say, oh, I can't find anything on citrus that says you got to be acidic. I'm like, well, I don't care what you got on Google and YouTube and all that. I said, this is what I do. And I'm getting hundreds of citrus, so I must be doing something right. And you know, you get a feel for it, hey? You get a feel for it. It's like cucumbers. Do you water your cucumbers and mist them every day? You better do that if you want lots of cucumbers. If you want lots of lemons, you have to mist that lemon tree. Where they grow, there's lots of humidity that go onto the citrus leaves and clean it constantly. The stomata is clean constantly. So when you see people go, oh, my citrus got black mold, and you hear it all the time, it's like, oh, really? Well, maybe perhaps you should be misting it. And you know what? It's easy to grow citrus in a small container. You have to feed them, okay? You have to feed them if they're in a small container. And it's as simple as that. You have to know your plant, do your research, learn new skills, and know what's in your neighborhood. Get to know your neighbor. Your neighbor might have plums. You might have apples. You can trade in the fall and make plum jam and apple pie. So who the hell knows? When shit hits the fan, you know, you're going to have to do the trade, buy, sell, barter trade. You may even have to steal. Okay. And I can't stand anybody that steals, but you know what? If mama down the road's got a kid and needs to feed her kid, then I hope she does steal. You know, that's where the have-nots come from. Okay.
I've got a question for you.
In London, if you didn't have anything to eat, you went out and stole it. Okay. So they're the have-nots, right? That's where the word have-nots come from.
I've got a question for you. Is what is your preferred sort of? What do you plant? What do you grow? What's your preference?
For what reason?
Well, to bolster your food supplies up to eat. To keep,
Yeah. Get into seed saving. What grows well in your locale?
What do you grow?
Peas.
Hey, Tanika, good to see you, man.
If you're growing peas, then that's a good high protein, right? And they don't take in toxins as much because they have a shell. Okay.
Yeah.
You have to take them out. If you're going to go and get something from the store, the number one thing that I would get from the frozen food section would be peas. So that would be the number one thing that I would grow, as they're a nitrogen fixer too. Nitrogen is water soluble and runs away with every rain. Okay. So you want to put it back there. And when you grow legumes and like peas and beans and lentils and that kind of thing, you're putting nitrogen in the soil. Okay, so I don't need to go buy a petroleum nitrogen. Perfect. Now, why? Why does it do it? Because nematodes and microbes break down that it's usable, that nitrogen, okay? So then they put it onto the mycelium, the super highway of nutrient delivery, and it goes spreading through the ground. And then the auxins from the root picks it up, and bing, bada, boomba, you got nitrogen. Now you're able to convert lumens and photons to chlorophyll. You got photosynthesis going on. And until you get the grasp of that, everything that you're going to grow will be different in your locale, will be different growing conditions needed. So when you plant something and go, oh, that didn't grow there, that doesn't mean it's not going to grow there. It just means you don't know what you're doing. And you need to hang out with the old people. The old people will show you, like natives, when they got a problem, they go see the elders in the band, and they go, oh, we got a problem. Well, then the elder tells them the solution. It's the same thing that white people should be doing. You got a problem with growing something, you go and see somebody. I used to go, I didn't go, but I would talk to Charles, the Alabama gardener. He's gone now. But I could ask him anything, man. And I had to for years. I mean, I don't know everything. But what I do know is concept of observation. That is key to my survivability to growing food quickly, which is peas. The first thing you should really grow are radishes. They pump out lots of nitrogen, okay? And it only takes 21 days. You got a water vegetable and you've got greens. And then, it's got too cold to grow radishes. Okay, well, you're popping sprouts inside, right? You're making sprouts inside. And that takes like just a few days. So you constantly have live food, which has enzymes, complex molecule building. Because if you just continue eating dry goods, they're taking enzymes from your digestion, from your digestive tract to break down for complex molecule building. What happens when you run out of enzymes? You're only born with so many. You become old, rancid, stinky, or you get sick and die. Who wants that? So fresh food. And this is where I talk to, I've had a few conversations with a few doctors and people like nutritionists that talk about this to me personally. And they all agree that fresh food is able to be absorbed. The nutrients are able to be absorbed better. You know what? It's easy for me to talk about it, but it's even difficult for me to maintain that I have to have 80% fresh vegetables and fruit on my plate. And then 20% foods that if it's cooked, because it's calcification. And I've got problems with that right now. I've got a CAD. I got a calcified valve. So, it can happen to me because this ice cream tastes good. Oh, that nice burnt steak is great, man. But guess what? When you're 55 going on a ventilator, and I'm on one, learn the hard way. I had to learn the hard way. I do improve. I seem to get over my core morbidities and deal with them. But then there's another one that comes on top of that, and as you age, you're going to have problems with digestion. And it's as simple as how much toxins you've been exposed to, or your food has been exposed to. And because the guy that's scratching his ass down at the warehouse doesn't give a rat's butt about your ass, okay? And what was on his ass? Pathogens, okay? When they look at food
Thank
from
you,
the
Tanika.
store and do a recall, do you know why they do a recall? It has microsporidia or giardia or some necrotic fasciitis or cryptococcus statyi on it or some freaking ass shit, okay? You don't want that. They actually grow it. Some people that actually supposed to be looking after your food supply do things and actually do a recall. But when the farmer is putting on manures and 2 days later he's freaking harvesting the food and sending it to your plate, you're gonna get you got a problem, man.
Yeah.
So you got to wait like 3 or 4 weeks minimum for solarization to whack that shit with good microbes taking over and making everything inert. So when you grow your own, you get to bypass the guy scratching his ass.
There's some good information there. I just want there's also many books out there on these subjects. You know, if you haven't got a lot of room, there's books. I've got this book here. It's called Grow All You Can Eat in 3 Square Feet. Interesting book. If you haven't got a lot of space, if you do have space, there's other books for a bigger space, allotments, month by month.
It all comes down to your soil you made. Okay. You can grow in a container, a raised bed, on your balcony, but it all comes down to that soil and green, brown, where it came from. You know you've made it. You know it's clean. And when you sit down and eat, like from when your book's telling you how to grow it and stuff in small spaces, that's really good, eh? Because that's what I do. I like to grow. You know, I'd grow more if I didn't have access to these like other foods. But I have access to foraging, going fishing. But I do purchase some things as well. Like I'll go and buy beef. I'll go buy chicken. I'll go buy turkey. I'll even buy salmon, even though it's, you know, I'm in the salmon capital of the world. But that being said and done, I'll always try to get organic. I'll always eat fresh food because I know that I'm going to feel a lot better. Whenever you eat something and you go, oh, I'm sleepy, like you eat that crap and stuff, and you're like, oh, I'm sleeping 2 hours later. You're like, you know why? You know why? Because your sugar just spiked so heavily from the carbs. Carbs are kind of dirty fuel, but you need some. But they're dirty fuel. What you need is clean fuel, okay, for the mitochondria to work. But you still need carbs. But there's different carbs, okay? There's different fiber, okay? So what you want is soluble fiber, right? That feeds your gut biome, your microbiome, okay? And if you don't do that, then you're always constantly sick. You're constantly sick. And if you don't exercise, you're constantly going to be sick. You won't get any better. You might, you know, crescendo a little bit and go, oh, yeah, I'm doing a little better today. I've got some energy. But you'll use that up and come back down. Now, to maintain that psyche of don't let anything bother you and eat as clean as you can. I mean, you do not eat anything in a package. Don't eat anything frozen. And I'll tell you, within 3 or 4 months, because see what happens every 6 weeks, your liver leaves you and you regrow a new one. Hey, every 30 days, your skin leaves and you grow a new skin. Hey, right? Okay. So what's that telling you? You got to really clean up. Okay. You want to drink water that doesn't have any bullshit in it, like microplastics or you know, chemicals, forever chemicals. You don't want that shit. You want walnuts that are already in the nut. You want fish that's already a whole fish. You want food that's whole, not processed. As soon as you get processed, what do you got? Garbage, because it's going to take enzymes from your digestive tract for that molecule. There's over 300 complex molecule building and deconstruction going on inside you right freaking now. Okay. So when something's out of balance, it's kind of like it's out of balance in your food forest or where you're growing food and you got some crap growing on. It's the same inside a human. You see when there's something on the skin, that's your liver, man. Go see your doctor. Okay?
Hey, Mike. Good to see you.
That's your best advice is always to go see your doctor. And if you don't like his advice, go see another one. And then if you don't like that advice, you better become your own best physician, which is you. Okay. Simple as that.
Hey, Howie, what do you think of Ron Netzel's book, The Green Wizard's Guide?
Well, I read it. He sent it to me. It's reasonable. It's not for me. But I mean, for the person that's actually, needing to learn some things and to actually quickly get some food going on, there's nothing wrong with Ron's book. It's just that it's night and day between myself, the way I grow things. Ron doesn't grow any food. You do know that, right?
Yeah.
He's there to make money off his book, man. And he's probably a good guy, but I don't know him, but I read his book. I mean, I didn't get anything from it for myself, but I'm not saying that's not for other people either, because any knowledge is good knowledge as long as it's applied properly. And a lot of his techniques can be applied properly.
And what I really like about it was getting away from chemicals.
Well, yeah, of course, that's a dead given.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's kind of like a common sense thing, but I don't want to sound cynical here either, but realistically, are you going to go out and get rock minerals and grind them up and drag it home and put electric, copper wires in your ground? You're not going to do any of that shit, man. You're not. That's, and if you did, good luck on it all. Your best bet is to make your own soil, observe, and make sure you have a journal. Write in your journal the temperatures, when it rained. Enjoy your food growing experience and your cooking and your eating. And that's what I'm a little bit slow on the journaling thing too. I mean, I talk a good talk, but I have my, I should be journaling a lot more, and I should be growing more succession crops, like one after the other. And I get kind of lazy because people give me a lot of food and I don't have to grow it as much. So I have to govern accordingly as well. So, but Ron's book, there's nothing wrong with reading Ron's book and using it.
Yeah.
Speaking of books, by the way, I can highly recommend John Seymour's the new complete book of self-sufficiency. This one is really good. It mentions how to grow your food on a proper way, and it mentions also how to butcher animals and how teach you how to plant fruit trees in proper way and things like that.
Of course, that's perfect. Yeah, that's a good book. I've read that
and
book.
I highly recommend it.
Yeah.
And if how we recommend it, well, get it.
Foods that harm, foods that heal. That's what you want to look at. And mushrooms. I mean, the vitamin D alone in mushrooms. People are so low on vitamin D. I just picked up some vitamin B17 in the apricot pits and stuff, and I'm gone back to that. I feel a lot better. It's like, and then when I take my nutraceuticals, because I'm under the care of 2 orthomolecular scientists, I'm doing much better, even though I've got some pretty serious shit going on. But you know what? I found out there was typos. There was problems with diagnosis and stuff that wasn't even true. But some were, and so I'm just battling that. And all you can do is drink clean water, eat clean food, and make sure where you live. Don't live near a golf course, whatever you do. All that shit. You know what? Up to 1 mile from a golf course, okay, everything's aerosol, and it flows right into your HVAC cleaning system and all kind of shit, okay? and you're 126% more likely to have Alzheimer's. Now, okay, let's see.
Parkinson's disease. They just
even higher. So let's see if you go 2, 3, 4, 5 kilometers or miles from the golf course, what happens? Well, guess what? It doesn't exist after 5 kilometers. Why is that? But yet you'll see people out there golfing. Like I have a cousin, Heather. She's full on blown Parkinson's. What does she do? She hung out at a golf course most of her life. Oh, really? But she didn't live there, but still just visiting there, man. You're breathing that shit. And it's the same when your food's growing. It's the same chemicals they're using on that golf course as they're using for your food, hey?
Yeah.
For real. Like, that's hard to believe. So if there's a study that shows 126% more likely to get Parkinson's from 1 mile outside of the golf course, what do you think is going on at that chemically grown food that you're eating? I mean, it sure tastes good, but then when you're laying there on your respirator, it's so good. Right?
Hey, Howie, I want you to talk about something. Sun chokes.
Oh, I love them.
Also known as the Jerusalem artichoke.
Oh, I love them. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's underground stored food. Okay. But you need to be pretty much a chef to use them. Hey, but they're the healthiest food on the planet. Hey,
I've
they
got
are.
a question.
And you can hide them too. After they're grown, you pull out your stalks and then just throw a few leaves around. Nobody knows your stash is there, hey? And that's for your hunger gap during the winter, especially in the northern hemisphere. It's very important to have. There's many kinds of sunchokes too, but you can ferment them, you can pickle them, you can shred them, you can eat them raw, but you must get used to eating them, or they can pass some painful gas. And if you have some problems with your intestines, I wouldn't eat them. But, you try a little bit, just do a little bit to build up, resistance. And what it is there's a fiber in there called inulin, okay? And that feeds your good biome, your gut flora, okay? You have to have it, man. And what that does also is it brings down your glucose level. The more glucose, the more sugar you have. You need a little bit of sugar, right? But you get it from converting from carbs, right? It takes like 30 seconds since you eat something that isn't sugar to start breaking down from the enzymes in your mouth. Okay. So everything converts to sugar for a human. It doesn't matter if it's fiber, carbs, sugar, fast sugar, slow sugar, it all the same, but it's in how fast your sugar spike happens, dude. And if you mainline and eat sugar cubes and honey and maple syrup, you're going to need it again within 10 minutes because your dopamine is wearing off. You're like, oh, that was good. Oh. So it's almost better than sex, right? Almost. So when you eat like carbohydrates and you eat the wrong one, say you ate like pasta. It's a bad one. Why not have quinoa pasta? Huh? Why not have pasta from like France or Sweden or something like that? Because they don't allow, like in Germany and Japan, they don't allow the Roundup on the wheat. You'd be amazed what Americans and Canadians put up with, the garbage on their food. And then they wonder, why do I have problems? Well, you have problems because nobody gives a shit about you. Over in Europe, they give a shit. Like, you take a loaf of Swedish bread rye, okay? That's perfectly fine. It's a high carb. It's perfectly fine for the human to eat. Now, you go over to America and buy a loaf of rye and eat it. It's not okay. Yeah. I love Swedish rye or Norwegian rye or Estonian rye. It's never going to hurt you, but it will from America. Why? Why?
Well, I can tell you why. Because the companies that make the pesticides are the same companies that make the treatment for the diseases from the pesticide. It's a vicious circle. They're creating their own.
Yeah, I love food from other
But I'm
countries.
not a doctor, and that's not official medical information.
No, exactly. I'm not either. But one thing you got to remember: when you eat cheese in Canada
Hey,
or the
Guardian.
United
Good to see you,
States,
brother.
when you eat cheese in Canada or the United States, they've put an enzyme in there that's not so good for you. Now, you eat cheese from Swiss cheese, or you eat Norwegian, or you eat cheese from England or wherever else. There's none of that enzyme in there. Why is that in there? It's because it protects the texture and the longevity of the cheese. Well, who gives a rat's ass? What's it doing to you? Well, I'm taking an extra 90 years just to decompose. I don't think so. I'm not interested. So the more you study your food, where it comes from, I always tell people before I leave them, especially when I'm on a live stream, get yourself a few goats, 3, 4, 5 goats for milk, butter, cheese, meat, and they take care of the bramble bushes, and they give you nice nutrient packages for your garden for making soil. The next thing I tell people is get yourself some Rhode Island Reds, because they'll always give you eggs, big, huge brown ones. And even if it's 20 below zero and every other chicken stops laying eggs, guess what? The Rhode Island Red, she's crapping out some nice eggs. The third thing I tell people is find yourself a cave or dig one. Man's first home was a cave. You only got to worry about what's coming in, not what's left or right of you or behind you, what's coming in right there. It's a little narrow area. Ooh, it's a real crapshoot to try to get in there. So the fourth thing I tell people is save your seed. You must save seed. The fifth thing I tell people is you must find yourself a spring. And it doesn't matter if you live in an apartment building. That's even worse that you don't go out and look for you don't go and look for where you're going to get water, because when the water tap shuts off, I'll tell you right now, it's shut off. Okay. So you must understand that you're going to be drilling for water, or you're going to have water runoff, or you're going to have spring water bubbling from the ground. Now it's up to you how you source it, and you must source it before shit hits the fan. Now, these 5 things I just told you about are imperative. The 6th thing is making your own freaking soil. Okay.
You know, if you want to live longer and you want a good diet, go and live in Greece.
Oh yeah, well they're the blue zone, dude. Oh sure.
Greece has got one of the longest life.
Yeah, that's the blue zone.
Yeah, it's in Greece.
Japan, in
people
Okinawa,
live in Japan. Yeah,
Sardinia,
Japan.
Switzerland,
So
Sweden.
look at the diets. If people look at the diets,
They're all blue zone.
They have a lot of salad every day. They eat a lot of olive oil. They're having moderate, chicken, fish, other meats.
The thing to remember is, because we're mostly all in the northern hemisphere, most of us here, is that tallow and lard are your best friend. Okay. Unless you've got like when you see these women putting on makeup and it's all this shit in it, holy crap, man. Why don't you make your own moisturizer from tallow? And you ever look back 50, 60 years ago, people had tallow in their creams for their face and stuff, and they got beautiful, no wrinkles. The reason why? Well, that's quite easily to understand, that it's a different constitution of the lipid is different. So beef tallow, moose tallow, pork lard, those are the things that are clean fuel for the mitochondria to burn. Now, when you plug it all up with a pile of garbage, the mitochondria, look at that guy over there. He can't do a freaking thing. He's got no energy and he's sick all the time. Why? Because you've plugged up your mitochondria. This stuff didn't come to me overnight. I've learned this over the years of being with people that are academics. If you're not an academic, that's okay. Just hang out with someone that is. Okay, then it'll rub off on you a little bit. And don't be afraid to ask questions. And don't be a follower, be a listener. And when you listen to folks, listen objectively and don't be cynical. Oh yeah, I did that before. I heard about that. No, really, get your freaking notebook out and write it down and check it out.
Okay, another question. Yeah, in the future, I believe we're going to be getting nuclear bombs going off everywhere.
Yeah.
One of the questions that I've got is about storing soil. storing soil for future, like, you know, can you bag up the soil and put it in a cellar, for example? I mean, you know, in the future, I think that stuff like water is going to be more valuable than gold.
Well, you
Peace, Jeremy.
got
Welcome.
something there because, sorry, Jordan, you were saying something.
Peace, Journey.
Oh,
Howdy,
hey,
Pete.
very
Howdy.
cool lady. Very cool lady.
Hi,
Howdy.
Peace Journey.
There's a
Storing soil in bags for the future.
Well, yes, you could store soil. Why not? Are you going to store soil for the rest of your life? I don't think so. You
No,
got to remember,
but but it's good.
Nuclear radiation is heavy. Okay, it sinks. Okay, so you know if you go digging around the soil, you got problems. Now with a nuclear plant, say a nuclear plant blew up. Okay,
like Chernobyl.
Well, it's especially like Chernobyl or Fukushima, or whatever.
Yeah.
They give off what's called cesium-137. Okay, so what happens is what happens with cesium-137? Well, it attaches to your thyroid. That's not so good because now you can't absorb potassium and do bodily functions anymore. And then it gets really ugly because it gets like this, and you really look ugly, right? So to avoid the problem of, so I'm just talking about a nuclear plant now. I'm not talking about atomic bombs or anything, but I can get to that. I know a little bit about this, and I don't know a lot, but I definitely would take my pine pollen and freeze the pine pollen. You can buy it online. It ain't cheap. It's like $100 an ounce or some shit like that. Or you can collect your own. Put a baggie on in April in the Northern Hemisphere and collect your own pine pollen. But the problem is you have to freeze the pollen to burst so the potassium is able to come out. And then you fill up your thyroid. Okay. So then the cesium-137 comes along and can't attach to your thyroid because it's already full. Isn't that interesting? So you ask about soil? Yeah. Bag your soil and put some away. Why the hell not? But you know what I wouldn't do is I wouldn't, if there's been like a nuclear bomb, atomic bomb goes off, there's many different kinds. Gil can probably elaborate on that. There's hydrogen bonds, there's cobalt ones. Cobalt ones are really bad. Okay, that lasts like 1,000 years. You're frigged. I don't think that was the one they dropped on Hiroshima. I think it was a different one, but they had the choice. They had a choice. So it all depends. Like nowadays they're making nuclear bombs, but they're not as bad as you would think. Even though they're bad, they're not as bad, you know, like they with when it's an airburst, not an underground one, but it's an airburst that goes everywhere. But an underground one is not as bad. But even though it is bad, but you got to remember, like, you know, people freaked out when Fukushima happened. Okay, people moved from the West Coast here to the East Coast. Now you think about this. The equivalency of 12,500 atomic bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima has been detonated in the Pacific and South Pacific Ocean. Okay. Like that's some pretty serious amount. Okay. That's the equivalency. There hasn't been that many bombs, but the different ones they use are equivalent to 12,500 of the atomic bombs dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Now, let's see this for what it is. Okay, when a nuclear war happens, that's bad. Okay, let's face it. It's depending on the nuclear enriched material used. That's the key here, and the worst ones that I know of are the cobalt one. That really, because it doesn't go away. It stays here forever. It's like when those Russians.
Good to see you, brother.
When those Russians showed up in the Ukraine and they started digging their foxholes by Chernobyl. I mean, those poor bastards, they went home and they just melted, hey? You know? Yeah. So you know, digging up soil, you better dig it up now. And just because you got it, don't mean you got to put it back underneath the basement. All radiation is heavy. Okay. That's heavy. It stinks. Okay. It's as simple as that. So what you want, if you're going to save some nutrients, I'd save biochar and wood ash and bone meal. And then if you've got some really rich humus, I'd save that. And I wouldn't just bag up any old soil. But you know what? It's a good thing that you said that. I forget that who said that, but it's
Daryl loves survival.
right. It is a good thing, but get some bone meal and bone biochar and wood ash, and you could probably extend your food supplies a good amount for a few decades, because once you start growing in it, it's not that you lose all the nutrients, but it's going into the plant. Now, if you're putting it into a radish, well, the radish is putting in the nitrogen back in. Now, you don't need a lot of nutrients to grow food. Hell, they do aeroponics now and hydroponics and stuff like that. So when you're going to be bagging up some really rich black humus, make sure it doesn't have twigs in there and shit like that. Really screen it off and get some real nice stuff. And if you can sterilize it with the sun, that's even better, hey, because you can reactivate the microbes in that. But once the nuclear goes off, not so much on the reactivating the microbes.
Howie, one of the things that helps get rid of the heavy metals, including the radioactive ones, sunflowers pull it out of the soil.
Yeah.
And store it in the stalks, not the seeds.
That's right.
So
yeah, hemp will do that too.
Yeah. So you plant a lot of sunflowers, you can start cleaning your soil.
Yeah.
To have some place to dispose of the stalks.
Yeah.
Away from your home.
Yeah. The big thing in the future is to have a supply of fresh food. Now, that was a good question about the soil, and I hope you do put away 50, 20 liter bags of the best soil and bone char, biochar, and wood ash that you got, because you're going to need it. You might not ever need it. Let's hope you don't.
But it's good to have some, because like we said in the books earlier, like you can grow in 3 square feet. So if you've got some bagged up, and if there are, contamination, radiation, even water, even like I said earlier.
Keep your iodine tablets, man. If you got nukes going off.
Yeah. I do believe there's going to come a time where water is going to be very scarce. And we're talking about soil, but without water,
we'll never have a drought where you don't have water. Look at the desalination of the ocean, man. There's so much water in that ocean. I mean, we'll never run out of water. I'm sorry, but I have to disagree.
That's what you think. That's what you
that, we got a water shortage. There is no water shortage. What it is people need to be controlled. And that's fear porn. And even I had to figure this out. Like, what would happen there? They're saying that we're going to run out of water. Well, why the hell are you saying that when we got oceans full?
Well, okay, I'll tell you why I'm saying that. But as a believer in Jesus and a reader of the Bible, I believe what the Bible says. So when the Bible tells me that things are coming our way, and which includes water becoming poisoned worldwide, I believe in God. I'd rather believe in God than believe in this world. Because the world, like you see comments up on the side there, they're poisoning our food. I think it was one of the UK preppers. They're poisoning our food. They're poisoning, like you said, plastics in food. They're finding plastics in the fish. I mean, Marvin Gaye was talking about contamination in the 70s, and now we're in 2025. So as a believer in the Bible, in the Word of God, I mean, I take it, do you believe in God, Earthling?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you believe in God?
Oh, I'm not going to answer that.
No, because you're saying you think that water is never going to run out. There's never going to be a problem. But
no, it's not. No.
Okay.
It can't leave. How can water leave this planet?
Well, it can get contaminated. It can get poisoned.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in China, I think it was 2012, a whole river turned red. 2016 in another country.
Yeah.
You know, the river turned red. I mean, scripture talks about rivers
Mhm.
turning into blood, and it's becoming contaminated. So for me, as a prepper, we sort of tend to try and prep for different things.
You know, I was reading Charles Darwin's book recently, and I've read many of his memoirs. And he used to take these turtles, these tortoises, and put them in the Beagle, the ship, the Beagle. And he would have fresh meat all the time because he would just take out a tortoise or a turtle and eat it, right? And he needed fresh water, right? So it rained, and he collected water, but you know, he was a very religious man, hey. And the one thing that I learned many years ago, I had one of his original journals that he traveled in the Galapagos.
Well, he did actually, on his deathbed, he did say that I regret coming up with that theory. It's only a theory. He did regret it.
Well, that doesn't mean too much to me. But what I was about to finish and say,
he did regret it. He did regret it
well,
in his deathbed.
I'm sure if you believe in something, you can regret it. So I don't really believe in the boogeyman and stuff.
So you think you came from a monkey then?
No, I didn't. I'm from Nibiru. I'm Anunnaki.
Nibiru. Oh, so you don't believe in God, but you believe in Nibiru. So you believe in the Sumerian. You believe in the Sumerian stuff.
I don't believe in anything.
You believe in Anunnaki. You believe in aliens. You believe in aliens. You see, I'm more real. I'm more real. Now you're talking about aliens, brother. You're talking about aliens.
I'm just making fun, man. I'm jousting.
No, but you mentioned Charles Darwin, and then you started going on about Nibiru. So I'm thinking, okay, you know lots about soil, and you've got experience in that. But there's a lot of things we can learn.
Hey, dear love, let's get off the religious stuff right now. That's not really. We're not here for a religious.
It's not conducive.
No, but we were talking about water. No. You've missed the point. We were talking about water.
I'll get your point, but you're not going to back off right now. So I'm just saying, let's ease up on the religious side right now and just stick with water, soil, food. Well,
it doesn't matter whose spirituality is who. I could identify as an earthling. I'm all good with it.
So if everyone's got a right to believe in what they want to believe in, don't stop someone who says they want to believe in whatever they want to believe in then.
That's right.
That's right.
So then what's the problem?
There is no problem.
Exactly. So let's move on. So the point what I was making was that for example, okay, let's come off. I'm just talking about water, and we're talking about soil, and we're saying how to store soil. But what if the water becomes contaminated? How do you make water? Can you make water, Earthling?
If it's contaminated, you can decontaminate it. There's several different ways to do it. Biochar is a great way to decontaminate water.
Excellent.
So this is a good
extremely good way. That's how I clean my water from the spring, is with biochar.
Yeah, I missed the whole thing. I had to go outside because I just received packages for the garden.
Woo!
Lovely.
But you got us. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
That is exciting.
Can you guess what this is for? I think it's for watering.
It's a spaceship. You're going into orbit.
You're going to Nibiru.
That's it.
Right.
Reverse osmosis. That's what you got there. Machine for reverse osmosis. Someone.
I'm solo now. All right. So
there you go. Reverse osmosis. Is that what you're going with, Gil?
Where'd everybody go?
Welcome back, Bonnie.
There we go.
So
I know I'm good looking, but hey,
So the thing you got to remember is the 3 C's. Okay, and when after SHTF, if there's poisoned water or whatever, the 3 C's. Does everybody know what the 3 C's are?
Is this to do with David Canterbury?
No, it's the 3 C's are the first letter in a word called calm, cool, and collective. And then you have the 3 L's. That's called look, listen, and learn. And then you have who, what, when, where, why, and above all, how something is presented or how you learned it. Now, that being said and done, I'm going to jump off here, but I'll leave you with one thing. The Greek word for book, does anybody know what it is?
Biblio.
No. The Greek word for book is Babel, Bible.
No. I'm a Greek person. I'm Greek.
Oh, good for you.
So the word in Greek in book is biblio.
That's right.
But you just said it in Bible or Bible.
Well, that's the English translation. So I leave you with good books, good humor, and blessings. And
I'm gonna
love.
pray. Thank you. It's very, very useful information. I've made a few notes, brother. I just wanted to say God bless you, and
Take care, Joran. Thank you all for everything.
Later, Howie.
Hey, he's out of the truck. He's out of the truck. Yay!
Yeah,
he's still
in my backyard.
He's still digging up rocks to fix his gate in the backyard.
Lovely sounds of birds in the background.
Yeah, no, the digging right now is done. I got another gate I'm gonna be replacing. But no, like I said, I heard the argument. I was kind of hoping Howie was still on, but Howie literally dipped out right before Shadow let me on. But no, like I said, from the argument of, like I said, the water situation, there was a channel that I did follow. I mean, I guess I'm still technically following, but they aren't producing any more content because the guy who created the channel literally passed away he passed away, was it September of 2023? Called Diehold. It's called the Diehold Foundation. It's actually a pretty good channel, but there is one way that there could be potential water shortages, and he talked about it. I think Space Weather News briefly talks about it, but not so much. I know he talked about it a lot, but they were talking about during like the polar shifts, the pole reversals. The sun, when it does its this big old coronal mass ejection, and like I said, triggers the pole reversal. That's where it said that the water vapors can literally get blasted out of our atmosphere and out of our oceans, and that's the only way that I could potentially see that's a possibility of us losing water. But I don't know. I kind of agree with Howie to some extent too. Like I said, we do have desalination, but I will say this much: desalination takes a lot of energy to, pull out all the contaminants and particulate, or our case, returning salt water into fresh water.
Yeah. Well, along that lines, this is my topic tonight at 8 Eastern Time, U.S.
Okay.
It just happens to be a coincidence. This has been on the schedule for months, so this is the one for tonight. So,
right,
that's what we're going to be talking about tonight.
Yeah, I mean, contamination can happen very easily. You've got all these nukes. You've got can happen easily. All the stuff they're putting in, insecticides that's going in, mixing in with the soil, goes into the rivers.
Trail rain with tank cars of all sorts of chemicals out of the derailment, dumps into the river or stream. There's a lot of way water can become contaminated.
Let's light it on fire, because that's a good thing to do, and it'll just drop all over the East Coast.
Which city was that? They actually lit the
Palestine.
Out of the tap, and they lit it, and it was burning.
Wow.
Yeah, because they
wasn't it?
It's good. We don't want it to blow up, so let's just burn it. Oh, what's the difference? They destroyed the whole environment out there, and that's a whole nother.
Yeah, that was a little bit there, but there was a city. They had the water coming out of the tap. They put a match to it, and it caught on fire.
Wow. Yeah, that was out in that was in Pennsylvania somewhere. I forget where that was.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Where are you at, Mike? I mean, Mark?
I'm right on the border of Pennsylvania and little Maryland.
Yeah. Methane. Now there we go. Peace Journey. It was loaded with methane coming out. But then of course there is Flint, Michigan, which is loaded with lead.
Yeah.
There you go. So there's loads of chances that water could become contaminated.
Ooh.
I mean,
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a million ways, and you can try to think of it like prepping. You can think of every way possible to decontaminate any kind of potential
Contingencies.
and you'll just that's all you're going to do for the rest of your life is just figure out how you're going to decontaminate it, and it doesn't happen or it may happen. But how much stuff can you cram in your house or your bug out location to decontaminate every possible potential water contamination? You can't. You just can't. I mean, do the basics, and if it's that bad, we're all going to die anyway. I don't think I'd want to be around.
Oh well, so preppers. So our message as preppers is we're all going to die anyway. No, that's not our message. That's not our message. Our message is we want to live. I mean,
as the wise man once said, nobody gets off this earth alive.
No, I mean, of course,
you leave with what you came with, your soul.
Yes, your character, maybe.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. There's so many things we could prep for. We can go down every rabbit hole possible, but how much can you really prep for?
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I thought that was about what I was about ready to say. Is like even the best Boy Scout can't be prepared for absolutely everything.
No,
it's just not possible. I mean, I war game out scenarios in my head all the time, while I'm driving trucks. It's about all I can do aside from listening to podcasts or, catch somebody doing a live stream or listening to YouTube videos in the background. But, like I said, I sit and war game out different scenarios. And, like I said, I mean, of course, it didn't take me truck driving to figure this out. I knew this a long time ago, but it's just like the best Boy Scout, the best person, the most prepared person cannot be absolutely 100% prepared for every single conceivable scenario.
No.
But you can be prepared enough to avoid like a lot of the common scenarios.
And you just got to prepare for what happens around you normally.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The common scenarios.
Start working on the less likely that's going to happen around you.
At some point in time, you start and you sit here and you focus.
Yeah.
I mean, it is kind of nice. It is kind of nice to be like, you feel accomplished when you've figured out ways to mitigate potential problems. But you're going to run into a situation where there's just problems or there's no answer for it. And that could lead you down the path of depression, a path of anxiety, and make you stress, you raise your cortisol levels. And it's just, to what degree, what's the end here? Like some point in time, you just gotta, I don't know, like just kind of scale things back a little bit.
And
just kind of live and let live a little bit,
I like to tell my friends, I'm like, when you're like leaning back in a chair and all of a sudden that split second where the balance goes the wrong way and the feeling that shudders through your body, you don't want to live feeling like that.
I know. Yeah. It's inevitable, no one's gonna live forever, but at the same time, you don't see people jumping off cliffs, to get over and done with. Yeah.
No, I just rather live,
Yes.
Prepare for some stuff and then live the rest. I mean,
I suppose that what could be good is store some soil, store some water, have a way of decontaminating water. Yes, you can't prepare for everything, but the basics, the fire, food, water, shelter.
Yeah, I have to say that one of the things I am absolutely not preparing for is a hurricane. I'm up here in Idaho. I ain't going to see a hurricane. I ain't even worried about it. I ain't preparing for it.
If you get a hurricane out there, we're all done.
Yeah. I'm also not preparing for an earthquake tsunami. From an earthquake in Japan causing a tsunami. It ain't going to reach me.
The earthquake,
Yeah.
tsunami won't.
Yeah, I was saying earthquake in Japan or somewhere else causing a tsunami to hit the West Coast. I ain't worried about it reaching me.
I think
Yeah.
it's funny. Diorsi's got birds all over. I got birds all over. Everybody's hearing these chirping sounds going, who the hell's making all that noise? It's Diorsi's yard and my yard. I got
Yeah.
different
Well, it's
birds.
lovely, lovely, lovely. We're reconnecting with nature. Bird sound is lovely. All we need is a few whales. We need some whale sounds. Some whale. Who can do whale sounds? What's that? Is that a whale? Wow.
Yeah, it's in Gil's backyard.
Is that a chimpanzee? Is that a chimpanzee?
That was a beluga mating call. That's heard from inside a submarine. Did anybody see the movie Up Periscope?
Yes, I watched it the other night.
Yeah.
Up Periscope.
What was that? It was 70.
Kelsey Grammer as commanding a World War II submarine. In
Yeah, it was a Gato class submarine. Yeah, in modern U.S. Navy. While everybody else is using Los Angeles class nuclear submarines and Seawolf class submarines. Oh yeah, and Rick Torn was the commanding admiral for that naval command.
Pacific's Impact or whatever. Or no, Atlantic's Impact.
Yeah.
What was that sound? It was 73 cents. It was 2 dimes, 2 nickels, 4 pennies, a quarter, and yeah. I think that's the best scene in the whole place when you can tell what changes hit the ground.
Oh.
Yeah, we can never prep for everything, but the basics, at least the basics. And I mean, everyone always says water is very important. So I was just thinking, okay, everyone says this is going to never happen, but it does happen. People say they're never going to do that, but they do it. And lots of people go, the government wouldn't do that to us, but they do it to us. They do.
I think things come and go in cycles.
Yeah.
Like especially when we're talking like, crazy, like we got like the crazy, everybody talks about climate change till they're blue in the face. It's like we are, like our ability to actually affect like real climate change is like minuscule at best. We could like all of a sudden go carbon neutral tomorrow, like all of us, 100%. And one volcanic eruption can undo everything that we've done collectively as the human race.
And not for nothing, CO2 is plant food. Without CO2, we all die. Sorry.
Yeah.
Simple.
They don't want to talk about that though. They just want.
But like I said, I again, going back to that whole argument of water. Again, like I said, things kind of. I just.
Sorry, you're breaking up there, Deal.
Cover you can and just don't worry about detail. So,
I think you walked away from your Wi-Fi to yours.
Oh shoot! Well,
yeah, you just have to. If you repeat yourself, Dior, we didn't hear that. Sorry,
it was all robotic.
Oh.
It's all.
All right, am I still there?
Bill Gates was trying to muffle him.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, no fuck.
Yeah, because he wants to buy all the land, doesn't he? He wants all the land for himself, Bill Gates.
Yeah, water
and the water.
Yeah.
We should close the gate. We should close the gate then. Close the gate.
What was the CEO of Nestle in California said water should not be a human right because he's the one buying all the water, bottling it and selling it to everybody, and doesn't want anybody else to have water. So it shouldn't be a human right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've got some same individuals that are trying to commoditize like the air and everything too.
Yeah.
It's just all of this is a scheme to transfer more wealth.
Money grab.
Transfer more wealth and to control each and every individual's human being's movements. That's all it is.
15-minute cities.
Yeah.
G. What's that? 5G.
Yeah, 5G.
Yeah, smart cities. Yeah, everything's 5G. Everything's connected.
Yeah. 5G. Everyone's getting irradiated.
It's best to get
So,
out of
like-
the city. If you do live in a city. Sorry, Dios, you were saying, yeah, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. No, I was saying, like, yeah, there is an extent of, don't even bother because we're all going to die anyway. There is a little bit of a, truth to that, but like, it's not so much from the, what do you call it, like a fatalist standpoint where it's like, don't even bother, it's just like, at some point in time, you got to figure out what's really, really important, what should we really worry about, and what you should just like, just kind of put on the back burner, I don't know. Like I said, I just don't see the point in, stressing myself out on certain things.
Well, I don't worry. I don't stress because I believe in God. So, I believe that He's got us all covered. So, people in the world will get stressed, but yes, try not to have stress. It's not good because you can get psoriasis and you can get ulcers. You can get all sorts if you start worrying.
Yeah.
Have you seen the film 2012? Anyone?
Yeah, I'd seen that a long, long time ago. I think it had John Cusack in it.
The guy that was standing on the mountain and he faced the end of
the
his
guy in
life.
Tibet.
Yeah, he's facing the tidal wave coming at him, and it washes the bell off the top of the mountain.
Yeah, that one.
He's talking about that in Yellowstone. In Yellowstone,
Yeah,
when
the guy
volcano
with
erupts.
the motorhome. He had the motorhome.
Bring it.
He's like, this is amazing. Like, whoa, we're all gonna die. This is so amazing. Wow, it's coming our way. Can you see it, everybody? We're gonna die. Yeah,
Don't
man.
forget that other part of his line. I wish you could all be here with me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Woody Harrelson, yeah, he cracks me up. But these people, these elites, they know something's coming. They're buying bunkers. They're spending billions of pounds. Building underground. They could deal with water, like food, growing food. They got stores of stuff, stores of fuel. I mean, I would never go in a bunker, to be honest. I'd rather be on a mountain like that guy, Woody Harrelson.
Well, I mean, I would love to have a bunker. I'd love to have a bunker with all the amenities and everything. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah, well, I just wouldn't trust it, man.
Especially
I
if it's
mean,
large enough to support, a couple hundred people, gardens and everything else in the ground.
Well, like those missile silos. I think they were like Minuteman II missile silos. They converted like out in like Kansas and stuff like that into
yep.
Well,
to underground condos.
In places like Turkey, they discovered like these underground cities, like almost like little villages, towns underground. And
yeah, like 20 levels deep. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were saying that they escaped what was going on the surface. So yes, I mean there are places for bunkers, but I don't know if I trust it.
Oh,
I don't know.
The Brandon Fraser movie Blast from the Past, where he's a little kid and the family goes down in the bunker and an airplane crashes on the house. They thought something else was going on. And so they're living down there for 20 some
That was the name of that movie. Okay, I had no idea. I remember seeing this movie a long, long time ago on TV.
What's the name of that movie?
Hey, country.
Blast from the Past.
Blast from the Past. Blast.
Yeah, and it's him. It's him, his mother, and his father. And like I remember years later, he's basically about like between high school, middle age, and his middle school age, and his father's given him his baseball card collection, and then like I guess there's like housing development or something being built on top of where their house used to be.
Wow.
Like I remember,
yeah. That movie.
I need to.
The comedy. It's funny as anything.
Yeah,
I'll watch that. No, I'd rather be on the mountains so I can see what's going on. Being underground is like, for me, it's like, don't know.
That's like how he said, "Get a cave. You can see what's coming." Yeah, it's coming in, and now you ain't getting out.
Exactly. Simple. Oh yeah, and I mean, you know, you saw that Thailand, the case where those kids in Thailand, they went cave in. All of a sudden, it rained loads, and they were stuck underground.
Yeah,
You
hmm
know,
they had to send
I mean,
divers in to go get them.
and it was two British guys, by the way. I'm going to throw that in there. Two British guys got them out. But yeah, I mean, you know, the water's being messed with now. I mean, you're getting plastic, you're getting water in plastic bottles. No doubt, there's probably microplastics in there. I
I
mean,
don't like I said I don't disagree with you as far as like what you're talking about. You know, like I said, the water contamination, and the plastics, and everything like that.
yeah.
Um,
What about the guy who?
I wouldn't
Sorry.
necessarily say that we're hitting water shortages though either.
Well, at the moment.
Yep.
I mean, you know, I mean, nothing. How many things are really tried and tested before they put them out there? Okay, the nuclear power station's working, so let's put it out there. There's some glitches, there's some problems, but let's get it out there. A friend of mine, he bought an LCD television a long time ago, and he's look at my LCD screen, and the motorbike went past outside in the street, and the whole screen just went, just messed up. I was like, well, look at technology. You know, they make up that it works, but they got problems with some of the stuff, but they still just sell it, get it out there.
It's all about the almighty dollar. Yep.
Money that, yes, in the God we trust.
Backed up by the full faith and power of the American people.
Well, I mean, you guys did well to get away from the Pope, but he chased you. He came back after you guys. You lot need to go and need to close down Georgetown Uni and arrest them all those Jesuits. That'd be a good start. We need to tell the Pope where to go. We need to say go back to the Vatican.
Didn't the Pope die?
Yeah, the last one did. We got the new one now that's from Chicago.
Yeah. Apparently, he's a bit Greek as well.
And he's got his share of skeletons in the closet, but
he's definitely got some of that. They all have.
Oh yeah.
You can't get into that position if you haven't. You've got to, like Yale University, you've got to be pissed on in a coffin, haven't you, before you could go and be president? Sorry for my language.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yes, that's what they do to you. They get you in the Yale club in this no windows room, big place they got in the Yale, and there's like they do all these kind of, you know, George Bush type stuff, and you know, but I mean, even here, Rupert Murdoch, you know, the prime ministers of this country, they go to Rupert Murdoch's island, and he gives them a list of things that needs to be done, and they just do it.
Yep. So getting back to plants, good,
yep.
bad, and is it actually worth learning?
Thank you, Chef.
We are so far off topic. We might as well start 3 more channels at this point.
Well, we're talking about contamination, plants, the good and the bad. So we're bringing the bad in as well. That, you know, what are the bad elements on you know, what can we learn? How can we, you know?
I was going to say, going back to that nuclear radiation, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it takes like, 28 days for all that to settle down into the soil?
It depends on which bomb goes off and all that. Yeah, yes, you're correct on the one we were talking about initially.
Yeah.
Because it's heavy, it settles down, and it goes deep in. Yes, then it eventually will wind up in your water supply, but it'll go below that too.
Yeah.
You got depleted mercury.
Yeah, I was gonna say water becomes your friend at that point in time, though, because you use water to wash off and decontaminate a lot of stuff.
Yep. You need water, big time. Water's going to be the number one thing. Like I believe there's going to come
water in our body, so without it, you die.
Yeah, I believe there's going to come a time where water is going to be more valuable than gold.
Fresh water, potable water.
Yeah.
Yes, fresh water. Fresh water is going to become a real problem.
Or maybe they'll just tell us that it is because they don't want you to drink the water that they're using for other purposes.
Yeah.
Who knows? We'll never know. That's the thing. We'll never know.
I'm not going to worry so much about the proverbial they because, you know,
that's the point.
I'm giving them free rent in my mind.
Yep. Oh
I mean,
yeah.
I'm not going to go bagging up 5,000 bags of dirt to put in my basement just in case. I'm not doing that. I'm just
Well,
not.
having
Yeah.
maybe a
I'm
few,
just
maybe a
I'm to
few.
a point where, if things happen, they happen. And again, it's not being like a fatalist and just rolling over and dying. It's just there's just going to be some things that are just going to be out of my control, and I'm not going to stress myself out trying to mitigate them.
Yeah. Yesterday's gone. Today I'm in need, and tomorrow can worry about itself.
Yeah.
Live now is the time. Yeah. So yeah, I love the bird sounds.
Yeah, it is kind of nice. I'm gonna have to go back to finishing up cutting the rest of the grass.
Oh, High Country Homestead says he's got 6 times 20,000 litre water tanks, and they're always full. That's a good idea
Yeah, if you got the space for it.
if you've got the
Yeah.
space for it. But I mean, we've got the space for TV, videos, sofas, all other stuff. But we've got to make room for that water.
Oh yeah, I made room in my garage. If anybody's seen my past water storage videos, I made room in my garage. I'm still stocking up water.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I'm trying to get at least to 1,000 gallons capacity for just potable water storage, and then whatever I get for non-potable is whatever I happen to have for non-potable.
Oh, that gentleman certainly did have a lot of good information. That was very useful. The guy that was on earlier.
Oh,
talking
Howie.
about the
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Howie. Yeah.
Yeah, he had some fantastic stuff. I'll definitely be going over to his channel. And
Yeah, no, he's definitely the go-to guy for gardening and like just trying to be natural and holistic about how you garden.
That's why his channel is Food Forest Permaculture.
Yeah. Good channel.
Yep.
And he's got
he's
very
on
good
this morning.
information.
He does lives all the time. He just talks and reads our comments and goes over things, and people ask a question.
You'll see him featured as a return guest on Gil's live streams.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I have him up quite a bit. I love. My wife is really getting into the hugelkultur and permaculture stuff, and we're doing a food forest out here under the underneath the orchard out here. And so we're getting the trees in first. We're getting the irrigation system is all in out there. And next spring, she's going to start planting the vegetables and stuff that'll grow in partial shade under the trees. So yeah, we're working on it.
Hey, Gil.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on the steel 55-gallon drums that had food, some kind of liquid food like lemon juice or whatever in there? They're coated on the inside. They have the big crank
microplastics.
Okay. Whatever. I'm just saying for storing water, but whatever.
Yeah. If you're going to store water, I really want to get some. We can't afford it yet. Stainless steel water tanks, like from a milk, from a dairy. That's the right word there. Can I say milk farm? No, it's dairy.
Yeah, milk farm. That's it.
Yeah, dairy.
Actually, here's the thing. There's a place called Milk Farm in California. I pass it every time I go back and forth, California. But the stainless steel is probably the best thing to store your water in.
Yeah, get your hands on a milk delivery trailer, truck
tanker trailer. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't have any leaks in it. Yeah, you just got to clean it out. The whole back pops off. You can get in there and sterilize it out because they have to do that.
Yeah, and those trailers are smooth bore too because they're food grade.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have any baffles in them.
Yeah, you can buy them where the trailer's rotting away, falling apart, and all that, where it's not worth fixing, and they just get rid of the whole thing, or it's got big dents in it. And fill that up with that.
Yeah.
I'm not letting my dog read that. Read that. Someone's put there. When neighbors are eating their dogs, we are worried about microplastics. Sorry, CJ, don't read that. Don't read it, CJ. CJ, I'm not eating you. You can eat me. You can eat me, but let me die first. Don't attack me. All right.
My dog just walked away.
Yeah.
He's a good reader. See you later, CR. You didn't get fired today. You've done well.
He can get fired. That's because Bob wasn't here.
Yeah, Bob probably pop on the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was on form with his jokes today.
Yeah, he almost got fired for some of those jokes at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just wrote him up. We didn't fire him.
I just wrote him up.
It's Bob's job to fire CR anyway. So
Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna get.
I sometimes stand in to fire him. You know, when Bob's not around, when he just makes when he makes a comment that I can't ignore. It's like, okay, no, you're fired on that one, man. Normally, I don't give a crap.
Man, why don't we all just prep to just get rid of all these misleaders? Okay, sorry, Chef. Yeah. There was a film once I saw, and this dog and this guy were stranded in a forest somewhere, and the guy was starving, and he started looking at his dog in a funny way, and the dog was like, he's looking at me in that funny way, and he's like, here boy. The dog ran away, you know, 'cause the dog realized he was going to be lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw an interesting video in Vietnam. They call it the meat sausage, where they put these nets around the fields, and they get all these rats, long-tailed rats, to run in these big sort of net sacks. They're like sausages. I think they call them meat sausages. Yeah. Can you store rats in your barns? No, you don't want to do that. All your food will be gone.
Yeah, I don't think I want to store rats.
No.
That's what was that film, Demolition Man?
Oh yeah. That's the best rat burger I ever had.
Rat burger. I mean, have you tried freeze dried rat?
No, sorry.
No.
I just made a big batch of chili with I got my hands on ground bison, cheap, like $4 a pound in a 5-pound pack, and some hot sausage meat, no nitrates. Threw that in there, like 8 different types of beans and my tomatoes and stuff, and it's packaged up, some for freezing in bags, the rest of it's in the freezer for the freeze dryer. So I got bison chili for the freeze dryer. Yeah.
Nice. And like Howie was saying as well, make sure you collect seeds as well. If you can get good seeds,
save your seeds. I mean, if you're growing something that works well in your soil, you save those seeds. Those seeds are now acclimated to grow in the soil.
Yeah, that's that. I was gonna say that's what Ice Age Farmer says. Like if you're growing batches of non-GMO food and you get a particular strain of plants or whatever, and it's growing really, really well in that area, the seeds that it produces will be good for that area.
Hey, where are you?
They said that
Farmer. He's been off of YouTube for like 5 years now.
Hey, Tammy.
I haven't watched him in a hot minute, but I do remember him saying that years ago.
He just like vanished off the face of the earth. I mean, he's gone. Nobody can find him. His website is still there, but nothing new. His YouTube channel's gone. And I mean, we talk about him a couple other channels I'm on. They're like, yeah, whatever happens. Like nobody knows. I mean,
I don't know. Like I said,
2030 back.
I think the last time I watched him was like literally right before I got hospitalized, like 3-4 years ago.
Yeah. It's been about 4 years or more.
Yeah, I know there were several of them that, dropped, just suddenly stopped posting. And several of them actually just passed away. And our wife wanted, or you didn't want anything to do with it. They just closed down the account, just
walked on.
And then close it. They just leave it there to just do it. There's nothing new. It's just the same old stuff. But most of the links are gone now too. So
Yeah.
Strange if I know, like with Will and JIT preparedness, just in time prepping. He changed the name on it a couple times there, but his is still up. At least it was a couple months ago when I watched some of the videos on it, and evidently he's still getting enough residue stuff on it, and they just keep sending the money to hit his wife.
Wow.
Did he pass away?
Yeah, Will Russell. Yeah, he passed away several years
I
ago.
didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I remember that one. It's sad. It was sad when he passed, but
Yeah,
he was a great guy.
yeah, he really loved giving to the community. Now, as far as saving seeds, I've yet to be able to figure out a way to save those freedom seeds and make them reproduce.
Yeah, good luck with that. Try planting them.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that there's a tree of liberty involved, and I think there's some blood of tyrants and patriots also required for something like that.
Well, I have the list of the tyrants to feed it. That's all I'm saying on that subject.
Yeah, make sure if you do buy seeds to get
non-GMO.
Non-GMO. Yeah.
Non-hybrid, non-GMO.
Interesting thing is here, for my location, I'm at the same longitude, whatever's with north and south, as my gardener. So his seeds all work well here where I'm at, or we're in the same zone and everything. So that's the thing. It helps me in whatever subtle climatization I have to do to the seeds. Works fine here. I saw that Tammy from Rebel Canners popped in and said hi.
Do anybody know anything about wormwood?
Isn't that a star formation?
No.
It's a herb. It's an herb.
Wormwood is a herb.
Oh.
Yes, wormwood is also the Nibiru twin. Yes, some of us know about that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mike has a question. When buying seeds, do they have to put on the packet if they are a GMO?
Yeah. Make sure
well, they don't. They put on their heirloom if they're not. If they don't say anything, it might say not heirloom. What's the other term there, Gil?
Organic or non-hybrid?
Not hybrid. That's it. Yep, hybrid.
Yeah.
The hybridized seed. That's not necessarily GMO. It's just hybridized. But they don't always. If you save the seeds off of your hybrid purple tomato, you may likely not get purple tomatoes in the seed.
Yeah,
they only grow once, and then you get random whatever out of it after that.
No, I've heard like you can replant the seeds a maximum, in some cases a maximum of like maybe 2 or 3 times. But definitely by the 3rd time, you will not get any more seeds.
On the GMO ones.
Yeah. And if they cross-pollinate and all that, you get different.
Yeah.
That happens. I mean, your tomatoes are going to cross-pollinate if you got like 7 different varieties. And you might still get whatever, you don't know which one it was. I mean, okay, it was a yellow grape tomato, and I plant some of those seeds, and I may get red cherry tomatoes because it cross-pollinated with the cherry tomato right next to it.
Yeah.
So you got to keep all your stuff way separate and like way separate to maintain a specific seed type variety. And even then you'll get the occasional, cross-pollination one that pops up. It's like, these are supposed to be cherry tomatoes. Why do I have early girls or something like that?
Yeah. My wife did some winter squash and summer squash, which are not supposed to cross-pollinate one year. And the seeds from one of them definitely mutated to something that was neither one of them. And it came out looking something like a green patty pan type squash instead of a zucchini, or forget what the other one was she was doing. and it came with something totally funky. She keeps growing planting seeds and stuff, but she now keeps the summer in the front yard and the winter in the backyard.
It might have been some of that Fukushima water she was using to water the garden.
it might have been some of that Lord Nuisance water she was using.
That was one of those squashes that grew out that's now good for your teeth because it had so much fluoride in it from the tap water.
Well, fortunately, our water district stopped using fluoride 20 years ago or 30 years ago.
So they say.
Oh, no, they got sued. And rather than fight it in court, there's a small water district. They said, fine, we're not going to add it anymore. Of course, there were other ones already dropping it because of problems and stuff. So, and it's like
Mike has a question.
Yeah.
So, will be my first time growing this year. Smallish space. What items does the panel recommend to plant?
What do you eat the most?
Yeah, plant what you're going to eat. And if it's a small space, you don't want to start with like 5 tomato plants because they'll take over the whole garden.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if you don't mind eating potatoes are probably the easiest thing for any beginner gardener to grow.
Yeah, just fluff up the soil, get some so it's not dense, and then plant a couple potatoes down in there, cover them up. They grow, and then
I've actually had potatoes. I actually had leftover potatoes, like volunteers left over by accident a few times.
Every year I get those because
now
miss a couple little ones, and then the next year all of a sudden, there's another potato plant. Well, I'll just mound him up a little bit and plant around it.
The only thing though is like sometimes you can have what's called like a potato blight, like a ring rot.
Yep.
That, like I said, that sometimes happens with certain types of potatoes.
Yeah, you just got to make sure your soil conditions are good.
Talking about
That's what Hallie was talking about earlier.
Sorry. Talking about potatoes, if you've got limited space, there is a way you can grow potatoes. Excuse me, in tires. You can actually get tires.
Yeah,
don't
stack tires. You can stack tires on tires. Okay.
No,
you don't know how to do that because the chemicals put off by the tires poison whatever's growing in them.
Yep.
Absolutely deadly.
If you're gonna do it in anything, you can do it in a bale of hay. You can do it in a bucket. Yes. You can do it in a burlap sack if you want. You just have to make sure you keep the sun off it.
A brand new plastic trash can works great. Tennessee Tactical One has raised a bunch of potatoes in 5-gallon buckets. He just did a video on his update.
There's a bunch of channels that do that. And it works. You can't have
it works.
Aaron directly on it, and you got to water them and make sure they're drained and not on the ground. Because if they're on the ground, the bugs get in there that you don't want. So you got to build. I think didn't Tammy put a picture up one year of what she did with her bucket stand?
I believe so.
It was like a wood stand she made for all her 5-gallon buckets for everything, and it keeps it off the ground and water it. Small holes in the bottom, rocks in the bottom for the aeration, and there's so many channels to do that on. But no tires. I think Lewis was talking about doing it in tires, and I could hear Gil cringing when he said that on one of the videos. I'm like, oh God, please no.
There's a guy on YouTube. That does loads of that. Loads of
But the thing is, though, the reason tires are hazardous waste because of the chemicals that are coming off of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Here's a book for you, Mike. Carrots Love Tomatoes, Companion Planting. So you plant things that grow well together. Corn and beans or peas. Cucumbers and sunflowers. And it was the corn and peas, or beans. You can also plant squash at the bottom. You plant all three together. It's called companion planting. But this is one of the books that's out there that everyone just seems to rave about, including Corky of White Family Farm.
Yeah. The other thing to consider. Okay, I don't do a whole lot of gardening. Like I said, I've mostly just done potatoes. But some plants will deplete the nutrition from your soil, especially if you're just looking at just doing like one single type of plant, like corn.
Yeah.
Will
Rotate.
strip the nutrients. Yeah, you want to do crop rotation. That's why, like you see in areas where they grow a lot of corn, they'll grow corn one year in the same fields, and then the next year, or literally for the areas that got like extended growing seasons, in the winter season they'll plant like a crop of soybean or something like that to put nutrients back into the soil.
Yeah. Here in Idaho, they rotate potatoes, sugar beets, alfalfa.
Yeah,
They
but
rotate those 3 crops every year.
but how much do they
You know,
spray
every-
with Roundup in between, or all the other chemicals?
Yeah. They're trying. They're a lot around here. They're experimenting with stuff other than glyphosate on the beets. They're trying to get that out of there because people are starting to. The word's getting out. People are thinking about suing the farmers for using glyphosate here.
Yep.
So
I've got another question, for everybody. What about? I had this idea. I was thinking, if I'm going to go to a bug out location, just put some potatoes in the ground. I mean, would that just whack a load of potatoes in the ground, carrots, and
You just got to make sure the soil conditions are decent, because potatoes will winter over by themselves. And I mean, after they're done growing, the top of the plant dies off. Your potatoes, as long as it's not a swampy area, will pretty much, you can go out there 2 months later, the plant tops are gone, and you can dig. It's like, oh, look at that, I got more potatoes in here, and they're still good most of the time.
Yeah,
I
grow potatoes, and that's just get loads.
Yeah,
I mean, I
let
would
them sit there. The next year they'll grow again, depending on your climate. If it gets cold,
They multiply,
they freeze and die.
yeah. Same thing with the sunchokes or the Jerusalem artichoke.
Yep.
But that will keep on multiplying, and it'll take over an area. So you got to have some sort of border around there to stop it from
Lay
going.
like a root barrier.
Yeah, root barrier like bamboo does. Yeah, if you don't.
Yeah, that's what I was about ready to say. Bamboo.
Love the bamboo. Yeah, not really.
Oh, bamboo's great for you when you go to cut it down. You cut it at an angle so it has this nice sharp.
Yeah. For us.
Oh yeah. Make little pungy pits.
Yeah,
only it's natural. It's still rooted in the ground, so they can't just knock it over.
Man skewers.
And even like plants like daffodils, daisies. There's a lot of edible wild plants as well. But yeah,
I was thinking about doing that out of my property, is just digging up an area where I know it gets water all the time, but it's not super soaked all the time, and just dumping potatoes in there.
Yeah,
and planting them out, forgetting about it. When I go out there to the cabin for the weekend, it's like, let's go get some fresh potatoes and cook.
Lovely.
Those.
It makes sense, not just at your bug out location, in other locations, places that you know.
Well, that's what Howie was doing.
Yeah, it's called guerrilla gardening.
Yeah.
Find those places like in the States here. We call not roundabouts, like clover leaves on a highway where you got 4 different U-turns to get from one highway to the other. That whole center area is generally, unless it's a ditch with water holding it there. Sometimes they're a mound of dirt with trees and stuff growing on there. Yeah, you can sneak up in there, plant a bunch of stuff, just let it go. Nobody goes up there. Homeless people don't even go up in there.
Yeah, the only problem is like the state comes in with their mowers and they'll mow all that crap down, bring tractors in with the brush hogs and knock all that crap down.
That and they spray the chemicals from their trucks on the side while they're driving down.
Yeah. And I was gonna say, in any road spray, any kind of like leaks, like cars leak oil, transmission fluid, all that stuff. Anytime it rains, it's just gonna wash into those areas. I don't know how good of an idea it is. I mean, it is an idea.
But my is not. I have a couple that where one of those clover leaf circles is a ditch where water collects, and I wouldn't go there. Other ones are like giant mounds. They're high, and there's like trees growing on top. They just trim the trees back from the road, but they're pretty big. And
my issue is like I said, they take the mowers and mow that stuff down.
Right.
Yeah.
If you go somewhere like total wilderness, like far out, away from roads, away from people.
Yeah, you just
know-
have the animals to worry about. You know, what animal's going to come dig up your potatoes?
Animals, insects.
They're all
Oh
gone.
yeah.
Raccoon got it. Oh wait, that's me.
Oh
Yeah.
oh well, it's been freeze
Well,
time.
you keep getting in the Bob's earwig traps.
Oh, I love fucking with Bob. Oh, excuse me, messing with Bob. He had one. He did a video the other night. It was like a 30-second video. I got my first strawberry. I'm like, I'll be right there. Watch, he'll come out the next morning and be like, a bird got it or something. Oh, he'll be blaming me forever for that one.
But back to the primary topic here. Plants and stuff. Is it worth the is it worth the bother learning all the stuff? I have to say, absolutely. Even if you just learn one plant really good, it's worth the time spent on it.
Yeah.
If you learn two, definitely, the more plants you can eat each time you can add another plant to it, it's worth it. It gives you diversity, and it'll help you in those years where certain plants just skip a year.
Yeah.
I think it was his name, Thorhaven.
Yeah.
I can't think of his first name. Anyways, they had a bumper crop of beans, and they canned beans. Next year, they had practically no green beans. But wait a minute, we got a whole basement full of green beans, and they made it through the year without any problems without having to cut green beans from their diet. They just they were able to keep on going because they had a bumper crop the one year, and they canned them all.
Yeah, I was thinking from the standpoint, if you're really good at growing something and you got a neighbor down the road who's good at growing something else, there's your trade and barter right there.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
All right, yeah. Tobacco plants. Need a warm, humid growing area. That's why in the southern United States, they grow in the southern United States. They don't grow in the northern United States. They don't grow in the southern western. It's southern eastern, because that land is heaven for tobacco. So you have a better chance of trying to grow cocoa beans in a greenhouse.
All good. Everything's And then if you go back to your location, you can see whether you've got like Chef said, when he goes to his cabin, he goes to get some fresh potatoes.
Okay, Mike. Take care. Stay safe. Thanks for stopping by.
What was that,
Appreciate it.
What was I saying?
I was saying how you said by your cabin you got potatoes. So
no, not yet. I'm that's probably next on my plan, because I got like 4 acres of semi or open field, almost all the way open. And,
well, you said you were throwing down seeds for the peas, didn't you there, Chef?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't been out there in 3 weeks. I have no idea what's going on, but we've had so much rain. Last time I went there was right after a rainstorm, and where I had tilled up was kind of muddy, but things were growing. I'm like, okay. So I did radishes, peas, white top turnip or purple top turnip, and something else. I forget what. But I got more bags of it to do it again when I go out there next time, which will probably be next weekend. And just to grow it. I mean, if I got radishes out, it's been 60 days or 40 days, whatever. I'm sure I got radishes out there by now. If I do, I'll pick a ton of them and bring them home, and then tell a couple neighbors, like, hey, go get radishes. Take what you want. As long as the deer didn't eat them all, which they might have, because I got a lot of deer tracks everywhere.
Well, I was thinking about all them seeds possibly might have got eaten up too.
Actually, from what I saw, what was sprouting, no. They pretty much all took. So even though I got lots of birds out there too, but for some reason,
lucky.
Yeah, well, what I did is I ran the tiller first time ever on certain strips, and did a shallow to break it up. Then I went a little deeper. I think I went about 4 inches deep, Then I spread all the seeds out, and then I ran the tiller over it again at like, just a half inch, just to flip them around and get them under the soil. And most of them took. So that's all I needed to do. I wasn't in it for, I got to do it perfect and right. I'm just playing. Whatever grows, and whatever dies, it just goes back into the soil again. I'll put something there next year.
Rebel Canners has put here, tobacco does grow in the north, just different type, but you can't grow tomatoes and tobacco together. Tobacco and cigarettes carry diseases that will wipe out tomatoes.
Well, then you get tobacco, just like in The Simpsons.
Yeah. Yeah, it's better to wean yourself off the stuff. Wean yourself off the stuff before it becomes an issue.
You can grow that special tobacco that people like to buy. Yeah, that.
Hey, chef.
Hey, what?
Chef. Oh, you dry that? You dry that stuff as well?
I could freeze dry it, I guess, but I don't think I'm gonna.
You see, the thing is, in America, you guys have got space. Some place like, some of us haven't got the luxury of having. What's that noise? Is that Chef Tech?
No, it's Dior making horsey noises.
Sorry, sorry.
Sounds like
I'm trying to
like heavy breather.
I'm trying to dig out a damn tree stump, man. It's trying to grow back. I'm just getting annoyed having to mow this crap down. Yeah, I'll mute myself. Sorry.
Yeah, if you can, I think like hemp. There is a place in England. There was a time like Queen Elizabeth I. If you didn't grow hemp plants, you would get a fine of £5. Now, the reason why she got everybody growing hemp is because it makes rope, it makes sails. So there is a place for it. We're talking about weed here. People, so basically there is a place for that as well. We're not talking about smoking.
Yeah.
There are plenty of
there's strains
benefits.
of it that don't actually have the THC anyway. But that was the same over here in the U.S. for a long time. It was actually a requirement that farmers would grow like a certain amount of hemp for the purposes of making rope for basically for the defense of our country.
Yeah, for the farm. Yeah, and for the country.
Well, so that's good to grow that. So if it's beneficial, we're not talking about getting everybody stoned.
The problem is it looks the same, so you get people complain, and then you get the ATF on your property, and then it just turns ugly. So
they sell it,
like
right?
Laws again. They don't want you growing hemp in this country, except now laws are changing.
Right,
but they don't want you growing it because it could potentially be something it's not. Okay.
Right. I get you.
Yeah,
but
rules, regulations, and more permit numbers, and let's get more money.
You can go in health food stores in the UK and buy hemp seeds.
For eating, but they've been sterilized, so you can't grow them.
Yeah, right. So that's, if SHTF situation happens, it's good to be able to have a way of making ropes, sail, other material. So we're not encouraging anybody out there to go and get drugs or nothing like that. We're talking about the good, the bad, plants, and what is actually worth learning. But yes, literally in England, you would get a fine of £5, which back in them days was a lot of money to grow hemp seeds, hemps. But I don't know how to make rope from hemp. I don't know if any of you guys know anything about that.
I never tried it, but it's time consuming to make rope from hemp.
Right. Yeah, well, it takes hours to make it from tree bark. Bruce, you can find spruce trees roots. You can make some kind of cordage. with spruce roots.
Peace Journey says yes. Tomatoes also don't like to rub shoulders with eggplants, and I have cukes, watermelon, squash, and zucchini that I do not want to cross-pollinate. I agree.
Well,
Yeah,
that's why
I grew eggplant 2 years ago. My wife's like, I want eggplant. I'm like, okay. So I got like 5 different varieties of eggplant, planted them, grew them. I don't like eggplant. And she ate it one time. I made a ratatouille or something with it and something else. And she's like, oh, these are good. And that was it. She wouldn't eat it after that. I'm like, great. I just threw out the rest of the eggplants that grew and put them in a mulch pile. I'm like, we're done. I'm never growing eggplant again, honey. It's not worth it. I want something I eat, not something that looks cute because you saw it in a book.
Yeah. Maybe also grow stuff that you can be canned. I don't know what plants are good for canning or not good for canning. Maybe find out about that. You know, do some research, find out what's good to grow. Here we go. Ace put some little information. All hemp has a percentage of THC, 0.3% or less.
Yeah, you're not going to get stoned.
Ace is awesome. She find the good stuff.
Hey, Shadow. What is Shadow? Hey.
She find the information.
Sorry, I had to chase grandkids off.
Yeah.
What I missed for the last 2 minutes.
What other plants is there on the same level as hemp that is not legal today or has issues today? Is there that people used to grow in the past?
Wait, what?
What other plants are there that are on the level of, like, for example, what is there? Are there any other plants out there that the governments or the leaders required everybody to grow? Like, we're talking about hemp. Is there anything
back after
else?
World War II, we had World War I victory gardens. They wanted you to grow everything. Dig your lawn up, make a garden. That was not. It wasn't a law, but it was like everybody's like, yeah, because the story, all the food was going over to the war effort and all that. They wanted you to grow your own to keep the prices down. And we did, and then we all got away from it. And now everybody plants grass instead of gardens. And my neighbor was out cutting his grass 20 minutes ago. I'm like, really? It just finished raining. Why are you doing? He just needs to get out of the house. I guess his wife or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe she threw him out and said, "Go and cut the lawn. Go and mow the lawn."
That mower stalled like 20 times, and his lawn ain't that big. And that's why I hate grass. I hate cutting my grass. I don't want it. I'd rather just have gardens everywhere. But my neighborhood, I could, I guess, but
sunflowers are good to grow. Sunflowers are very good to grow. You can get sunflower
seeds. The seeds are delicious.
Yep.
Yes, that's a good plant.
I mean, there's lots of stuff that you should just grow. Whatever you're going to eat, like I said. If you're going to eat it, grow it. If you're not going to eat it, don't just grow it because it looked pretty in the picture in the catalog.
Right. And be careful as well, like, so you don't cross-contaminate, and also what grows in the area, what grows.
Yeah. I mean, I grew tomatoes last year, a lot of them. I'm only growing a couple plants this year for salads and stuff. But no, now this year is all green beans, not green beans. I got green beans, yellow beans, purple beans, French beans. I got like 7 or 8 different varieties of beans out there. And when they come in, we eat them. And then as more come in, I'll can them or I'll blanch them and freeze dry them or freeze them. But mostly the freeze dried now because my freezers are kind of full. So kind of running out of space in the freezers right now.
Yeah, because I grew some tomatoes and I was so looking forward to getting the seeds from the tomatoes, and someone stole my tomatoes. They had the same idea. It's terrible here in London. You've got a garden. People just nick stuff all the time, even plastic pots. It's like, wow, you've got away with a plastic pot. Yeah. Okay, let's all move to Greece. We live longer there.
Yeah, no. I'm not
20. They're about to get 28 million tourists going into Greece. Can you imagine? Like the villages are really quiet, and then all of a sudden, bam! All the tourists come. Yeah. Oh, what other countries are there that people live longer? Japan? Why not go Japan? No.
Yeah, Japan, parts of China. Not
You'd
all
go
parts
to
of China, just
you
certain
would
ones.
go to China and Japan, and you won't go to Greece.
No, I didn't say I'm going there. You just asked where else do they live longer. They live longer, not me. They.
Is that because they have a lot of seafood
I don't know.
in
Go over there,
Japan?
move over there, and ask them.
No, I don't know. Oh, no. I don't even get on with my own people, the Greeks. I mean, I go over there, they call me an Englishman. In England, I'm called a Spicdago. In Greece, I'm called an Englishman. I'm like, well, where's my home? I'm not from this place, you know.
You got to get rid of that English accent you got.
Well, yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, sometimes it depends on who I'm speaking with, and I can lose the accent. So I speak English, but it doesn't necessarily say blue zones. There is an awesome documentary on blue zones, places with lots of people over 100. Yeah, blue zones. I think I'm gonna move to a blue zone. I think England now is.
Yeah, that's what Howie was talking about
Howie
earlier.
was talking. Yeah. Oh, because England's like a red zone now. If there is a red zone that exists, danger zone. So what about
Of
good
course,
oil?
there is the black zone called the swamp. It's also known as DC.
Yeah, I'm too close to them. Yeah, nothing grows there except the deficit.
And corruption. Corruption grows there very well.
Wow. But wasn't it that Washington D.C. their jurisdiction was in Washington D.C. only?
Yeah, Washington D.C. is basically its own country. It's not a state.
They think they're their own country.
What's that?
How is it? So
DC thinks their own country. They think they're aloof. They think they're royalty.
Right, because the country's run from there.
Unfortunately.
So they've got a big impact on the whole country. This little place only had jurisdiction there, but they've got jurisdiction all over America.
Yeah, there's a whole history that I'm not even going there and
right. Okay,
don't know it all. Gil knows some of it. I know some of it, but it's not worth even trying to go down that rabbit hole right now.
Okay, what about things like sweet potato, other roots? Like you've got potatoes.
Sweet potatoes are different from potatoes because they're tubers, so they don't winter over well and come back. Well, they can depending on your climate, but sweet potatoes are not a potato; they're a root vegetable like a carrot.
Right. And what about growing stuff inside? Is it worth maybe experimenting and getting like people grow on windowsills? I mean, can you?
I think I'm not going to say that it's not worth the try because anything's worth trying, but I have heard from other people's experiences trying to grow stuff in the winter. Plants, generally speaking, don't do as well in the wintertime because they're not getting the correct amount of like sun rays. It's like it has to do with the angle of the sun and everything.
I'm actually looking at a pepper plant right now that I started from seed. It's a Serrano. Started from seed last year. It lived in a little tiny pot all summer, and then I moved it to a larger container in the fall. It was still alive, and then I put it in a 4-gallon pot in the dirt and put it inside last year. It made it through the whole year, had like one pepper on it that went bad, but I put it back outside. Peppers will come back. Like they don't die. They're like a tree. But you got to treat them right. You can do it outside depending on your climate. I just did this one. It was a joke. and it lived. And thing's like 4 feet tall. It's lanky as all get out, but it's got all kinds of new arms coming off of it. So it's gonna stay in the pot. That's my dog barking, and now everybody else's dog is barking.
Yeah, I thought that was Uriel Love's dog, CJ.
I start talking. My German Shepherd wants to play with the ball and barks at me unless I'm kicking it around a little bit.
How old is your German Shepherd, Chef?
He's 10, and he shows it.
Oh, he's a senior dog too.
Oh, he's a big senior. Yep.
Yeah, my dog is
Yeah,
6.
All right, for growing stuff indoors, Howie, once again, he grows he has a lemon tree indoors.
Okay.
He has lemons year round. He grows. You walk into his house, you think you're outside in a food forest.
TJ.
So Howie has great success growing stuff indoors year round.
Yeah, he has a different climate there too than the rest of us. So
yeah. But my wife, there's the one room has a south-facing window, and she was growing stuff there till the apricot and orange tree decided to go, oh wow, we got good roots, we're going to grow big this year. And now the entire window is shaded.
Yeah. But like I was saying though, like, so that I'm not saying don't try, but like I said, I've heard a lot of people say the plants, generally speaking, don't do as well during the winter time.
Chef was saying, we was talking about what's that stuff called when you grow stuff with lights?
Grow lights.
Yeah, what is that?
All right. So Juju Bee grows a lot of stuff in the little arrow gardens and stuff, and she has like 6 of them, and she's always growing herbs and lettuces and stuff like that. That stuff grows year round for her. Modern Refugee has one, and he's grown stuff in it. He's done videos on his stuff growing year round. But those are plants that are small, and you can harvest constantly off the lettuce, and it keeps growing until it gets so big. Then you got to pull it out, put a new one in, and for the next month it'll grow and give you all sorts of lettuce and stuff. Some herbs like that love growing indoors because you don't use very much of the herb off of it, so they're slow growing and they'll do fine indoors.
Basil, coriander, parsley.
Yeah, there are certain ones you want to do that you can do that with.
Microgreens.
Yeah, microgreens and stuff like that will grow good indoors. Now, if you're trying to grow a tomato plant generally loves a little bit warmer than what you want to keep your house in the wintertime. I did grow a decent cucumber this year indoors, and when I moved the plant outdoors and started in and out to harden it to stay outdoors, it goes, that's enough. I'm not going to grow anything else in it. Yeah, it just kind of withered away. But it was growing great indoors.
And if you want to put stuff, for example, that you're growing and you want to have a natural pesticide, what about things like lavender to keep the bugs away?
You got to figure out what bugs it is that you need to keep away. And because some bugs indoors, you don't have to worry about the bugs.
That's right.
Others you do. Yeah. Gnats are probably the biggest one you got to worry about indoors. And peppermint chases them off. Lemongrass chases them off. And they won't. If you chase them away from the soil, they have no place to live. Because the gnats that come in on your plants are subterranean gnats. They'll come in, dig into the dirt, lay their eggs and stuff, and they crawl in and out of the ground, and they do. So if you plant something that keeps them away from the soil, they die out. And then one of the things that I got to help them do that. Give me a second here. Let me bring it up here for you. I'm going to share something for you. GN gnat traps. Here we go. Share and present. Share screen. There we go. I have had great success with these. And mine look have a lot more gnats on it than that. And when the gnats first come out and they go to the yellow things, they get stuck to it. And I'll have a black light that shines on them too. And the gnats just go nuts over it, and all of a sudden there's no more gnats. And I take that out, throw it away, put a fresh one in the pot with the plant, and wait for more gnats to come. And after a couple cycles, no more gnats. But yeah. So, anyways, yeah, that's one way to get rid of some of the pests you're gonna have indoors.
Yeah, and outdoors. Going back to outdoors, is it true that lavender keeps bugs away?
It depends on what bugs.
Yeah, it depends on what bugs.
Right.
You want to keep if you have tomato plants and you want to keep the tomato hornworm away, borage. You plant borage next to it. Keeps the moth away and chases the hornworm away. You have something that you got gophers bothering it. There are several plants you can plant like marigolds and others, and the gophers get up there, smell those roots, and they do a U-turn and boogie. So yeah, it depends on what it is you want your problem plant is.
And there's no one size fits all. Plant this plant and everything else will be healthy. No, there is not.
No. You got a companion plant with your food plant with a deterrent plant, or as my wife calls it, some of them are sacrificial plants. You plant some like the marigolds will also above ground will attract pests and stuff that would go to your other plants. They'll eat it, and it starts to die back, and it grows back up again. So it becomes a sacrificial plant. And then for other pests like aphids, hey, order online at Amazon. Get the ladybugs, turn them loose. The whole neighborhood will love you because it'll wipe out all the aphids.
Yeah.
See, all this is good. All this is good stuff, and sort of a natural insecticide, a natural.
Yeah. Well, so this is why Howie says don't fight nature.
Yeah.
Hey, you use nature to your advantage. I have praying mantises out of my property. They're everywhere.
Wow.
I love praying mantises, man. It is so cool to watch them capture a grasshopper and just.
Oh yeah. We had bugs.
But, and I'm fighting with our county because our county thinks, we got to spray chemicals because we got paid by the chemical to spray chemicals to kill mosquitoes. Well, it kills the mosquito hawks, kills the praying mantises, kills the dragonflies,
kills everything,
and doesn't kill the mosquitoes. No. We still have twice as many. We have twice as many mosquitoes because the natural predators are now dead.
That's because Bill Gates made sure of it.
Oh man, someone needs to go and sort him out. All right.
Yeah. He'll sort himself out because he don't look healthy anyway. Most of those people don't look healthy.
It's all that artificial meat he's eating.
He might he doesn't eat that. he might go and see Elon Musk and get a new body.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
And
once he's integrated into a computer, somebody can just go pull the plug and be like, okay, now.
Oh yeah, shut up, dude. Yeah. That's what I say to him, yeah. Yeah.
Like,
detonate an EMP on him.
Button. I now have a mute button for Bill Gates. Shut the speaker off. Can't hear you. Sorry.
Give Bill Gates a Stephen Hawking's voice.
No.
Don't give him the voice. Another good plant to plant outside is garlic. Garlic is fantastic.
Oh yeah. Just need good soil conditions for that too. I got 100 and some odd garlic plants growing in a 4x8 bed right now.
Wow. So what are they like during the winter? Garlic.
I plant my garlic in after the last frost, usually in December around here. I drop them down 4 inches. I made a little pegboard, and I just push it down. It makes me 4-inch holes evenly spaced. I drop my garlics in there, cover them up, and throw a bunch of straw on top of it and forget about them. And usually by about March or April, I got little green sprouts popping up, and it's wintered over. I mean, most of it winters over. Some of them will die. And but I planted like 160. I think I got like 120 left or whatever that didn't die. But I had some garlic that wasn't in the best shape when I planted it.
Right. But, so when you say you just planted the garlic in the soil, the clove.
That's it. No, not the whole clove. Yeah, a clove. You take a head, you break it apart. You take the biggest ones, will give you the biggest garlics. The little ones will give you little tiny garlics because they only grow to about the size that the clove was. They might get a little bigger. But no, like I said, I'll buy my garlic. I'll order it in July to be delivered in October. And then I'll go out there. I'll take them out of the box. I forgot to do that this past year. But take them out of the box and just keep them in a cool, dark place. And then after my last frost, I go out with my pegboard, punch the holes in the soil, drop them in, cover it up, and throw a bunch of straw on top of it, and forget about it. All the winter, the snow, and all that stuff gets on there. The roots grow first, and then in the spring, they pop up. So
now I planted some onions by seed. I put them in on the wet paper towel, got them going, put them in the little cups. Plant the peat pot cups, put them in the ground, and I harvested a bunch of them. They were, whatever. My daughter was using them, and we missed several of them. The next spring, they were twice the size, and by the end of August, they were like softball size onions.
Yeah, wow. Onions are biennials. So if you do it from seed, the first year it'll come in. It won't be that big. They might get big. But if you pull them out of the ground, if you pull them out or let them sit in the ground over the winter, the next year they'll get seeds, but that's it. They're done.
Yeah.
And what's a good onion? Anybody know a good onion to plant?
Whatever onion you like.
Yeah. I like planting the sweet Spanish yellow and the red burgundy.
Yeah, I love red burgundies.
I like green onion. I like green onions.
And what about spring onions?
Those are easy.
They're easy to grow.
Yeah, spring onions are just like they're like scallions. They get a little bulb on the bottom, and they grow pretty quick.
Hey Teresa, good to see you, man.
And you only need about 2 inches of soil that's not hard pack, and you just have to work your dirt the year before to make sure you got all the nutrients you need, and you just sprinkle them in there, and they'll grow. You got walking onions. You got all kinds of different onions, different sizes, styles.
And of course, you can jar those very easily. Onions. What do they call them? Pickled onions.
Oh, yeah.
Pickled onions. How long would pickled onions last in a jar?
4, 5, 6, 7 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
As long as your procedure was good.
Yeah.
And things like that is great for flavoring other foods. You might have rice. And I mean, an onion would go a long way.
I
like onion. I like onion in my stew.
Yeah, onion soup. Onion.
Well, no, like I'm talking about like a beef stew with potato.
Oh, lovely.
Carrots, and I like to put loads of onion in my stew.
And the benefits of onions are they antioxidants as well? Onions.
Yeah, garlic, tomatoes. Onions are good.
Tomatoes, are they good for antioxidants?
I think so. I know blueberries are.
Blueberries, lovely. Yeah, you guys get loads.
Blueberries, and I want to say black raspberry. Yeah. Actually, pretty much most of those berries.
Boysenberry is good too for you.
In England, blueberries are so expensive for a small little tub. They're asking £2 UK pounds for a small little.
Yeah, it's because they had to import them from the United States, probably.
Yeah, you guys have just got them out there in the countryside, just everywhere. In Canada,
you drive around Maine, all on the side of the road. People are just walking along, picking blueberries all.
Wow.
End of June into July.
We don't have blueberries out here, but I'll tell you what we do have. We have the prickly pear cactus that make those little red fruits.
Wow.
The little red fruits that taste a lot like raspberries.
Yeah, I know. We have them in Cyprus as well. They're like cactus plants, and they've got these red things at the. They're like, what is that?
That's a prickly pear fruit.
They're quite nice. I was, so things like that is a great idea to sort of, make notes of what's growing where, and in a SHTF situation, it's good to know where there's food. Obviously, I mean, and what about growing blueberries? Is that easy?
I think it all depends on the climate because, like, I think the blueberries they like a cooler, moist climate.
They also like a more acid soil.
Which is why they grow in Maine along the sides of the roads where all the pine trees are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I got
My wife has been trying to grow blueberries and boysenberries, and she's given up because it's with the soil in California and here, it's so labor intensive to grow them that she says it's not worth it.
Now I got 2 blueberry plants I bought. They're in 1-gallon containers right now, and they're growing. They're doing well. I bought a golden raspberry and a red raspberry. They're doing well. My black raspberry died. It never even got a leaf on it. It just died off. I'm like, well, whatever.
Yeah. Back when I lived in Nebraska, eastern Nebraska, as well as Missouri, like the black raspberries grew like wild, man. They grew all over the place, along with the mulberry trees.
Oh yeah, I got mulberry trees in my yard here. When I used to come back from Virginia, I worked in Virginia, so driving back up.
It drives me nuts that there's a lot of people out there, they hate mulberry trees. They absolutely hate them. It's like, it's because the birds getting them, they crap everywhere. And it's just like, yeah, but that's free food though.
Dude, I have a white mulberry tree here. You can't tell the difference in bird crap. It's still white. But they also don't have many flavors, and the ants love them.
Do you guys get figs in your countries? Figs?
Yeah,
I've got a fig tree growing in my backyard right now.
Oh wow! Yeah, and you get loads of figs.
Not crap load of figs. Like, I think I'm at the upper northern limits of where the fig tree can grow. Now out there in California, if they grow fig trees, they do really well because it's warm year round over there. Over here, this fig tree, it dies off. It's not even really a tree. It's more of like a shrub. Because like the stalks, the branches and everything kind of die off during the wintertime. But in the spring, it just sprouts up new stalks in between the dead ones.
And before winter hits, you get a couple big burlap sacks and cut the end off of one of them, slide it over like a sleeve, and you slowly fill it up with leaves or straw or that for the wintertime, and then you fill it right up to the top and clamp the top shut. And usually they make it to the winter, and then in the spring, when it warms up to a certain temperature, you take it all back off again, and it'll come back. If you don't, big trees will die around here.
Yeah, I was gonna say over here, I don't do anything with this big tree. It just grows. The only thing I do is I water it. That's it.
There you go. Best kind of tree to have. Just water it, and I get food. Sometimes.
In the UK, one fig is 50 pence.
I believe it.
Yeah.
In Cyprus, I went on holiday to my father's country because my mum's Greek, my father's Cypriot, and I was born in London. So a bit of a mess. But anyway, you go to Cyprus and they're everywhere. Orange trees, fig trees. And like, I was well shocked. I was like, wow, they're 50 pence in London.
Yeah.
I just going around picking them, knock on someone's door. Is it okay if I take a few figs? Yeah, no problem. Take as many as you want.
Yeah, you can stop on the side of the road and pick the ones hanging over the edge there and just take one or two and eat them. Yeah.
They're everywhere in Cyprus, everywhere, and you get them for free. Yeah.
Yeah, my phone's starting to overheat again. I'm gonna whip out this slab of bacon out of the freezer. I'm gonna set the phone on top of the slab of bacon until it cools off.
Got one of them bacon phones. It's like an Apple phone, but it's bacon.
Yeah. Applewood smoked.
And when it's done, then you pull out a piece of bread, toast the bread up. Then you put the bacon on the bread, and you put a piece of cheese in there. Let it melt down, and you have yourself a sandwich.
I'm getting hungry now. Turn the
Bluetooth off on your phone if you're not using it. I just had to do that on my iPad because it was draining out faster and it was charged. And I'm like, oh crap, I forgot to turn off the Bluetooth and the AirDrop. Turn that on. Whoop, numbers are going back up again. I was about ready to bail.
And
Yeah.
is there any other natural stuff that grows in the USA or Canada, like other than figs and the cactus plant?
Again, it varies on region. It varies on region.
Yeah, I mean, Florida, it's always warm down there, so they do the oranges. Up north, we can do pawpaws up here, but you know,
Yeah.
you got to find them.
That
And
would be a very
Yeah.
get blueberries. I mean, it's all apples grow most everywhere in the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peaches most everywhere.
Apricots
Yeah.
most everywhere.
Yep. But it depends on what type of apple, what type
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
And, like I said, soil and then moisture and then heat. Because some plants they just don't do so well in the heat. Like like the northern states, they primarily grow like your winter vegetables, like broccoli and stuff like that.
Right.
Whereas like places like Florida and Texas, it's not going to do so well because it's too dry. It's too high, I should say.
Yeah, miner's lettuce grows wild in a lot of places. Back east, ramps grow in West Virginia, Pennsylvania.
Yep, Maryland.
Yep.
Ramps are like a fresh, natural, organic garlic, onion type thing, but they only pop up during certain times of year, and usually
They have a thing called the Ramp Festival in West Virginia. Everybody eats it because if you eat it, you're going to offend everybody. But if they eat it too, they can't smell it on you.
That's right. You all smell.
Everybody eats it at the same time, so they can survive about 2-3 weeks, and then they all stop eating it.
Is there any books, Jill, that is like what would be a fantastic book? Would be a book about seasonal foods in countries. So, like, if there is a situation, where people have to move and relocate, like chasing the food, like animal migrations. They go where the food is, where the weather's. Is there any such book? That'd be an interesting book.
You got regional books for London and that. I'm sure there's books there that what grows best in London or in England in certain areas, because even there you have special areas.
Well,
I'm not sure there's a book, but I'm not sure if it's still in print. Let me check on it here. Called Sunset.
They used to call those people nomads.
Yeah,
the thing is, settle in one season to eat stuff there, and then they'd start moving to follow the food.
This is like many animals. They migrate, and could be good.
That's where you need a house in northern United States and another house in Florida. So in the wintertime, you move down to Florida for 6 months and you eat your citrus, and then in the spring you move back north again and start your gardens up.
If you've got a motorhome, that'd be brilliant. If you've got a motorhome,
you just need the property to plant your stuff on.
Well, apparently they're trying to get rid of motorhomes at the moment.
Your side of the pond, they don't like it.
Yeah.
People are living on the streets, and we can't have that because you're not paying property tax. Yeah.
And in Greece, and as well in Greece, they've actually banned motorhomes from parking in public. You can only park up your motorhome in a campsite. Sorry, Jill.
All right. So Sunset is still in production. It's sunset.com. But yeah, my mom used to get this back in the 60s and 70s. And then they have little hardback books for them as well, and for specific topics. And some of the older ones used to have, like here's down in the bottom here, Sunset Garden, but they had stuff where it had regional foods where you would travel around the United States to get the regional foods when they're in season. And like I said, this was way back in the day. I'm not sure what they have available online. Old past issues you can download or purchase or whatever. But this was something my mom used to read all the time, and she'd always talk about the foods everywhere going on, gardening here, there, what grows best here, what grows best there. Sunset Magazine was just. Yeah, it was a staple back in the 60s and 70s in most households.
Yeah, and it was a United States magazine, so it's not.
Yeah. Well, it's just like the Farmer's Almanac. I don't know how much of that would apply outside the U.S. and Canada.
Yeah, I'll have to look for the books in England. Yeah, I mean, but England's a mess at the moment with the farmers. The government is trying to get their inheritance tax from them, from their farms. It's ridiculous. Like,
yeah, you don't need farmers over there. Just go to the store and buy your food. That's where it grows in the
Yeah,
store.
that's right. Exactly. Yeah, they got a food machine in the back. This mythical food machine that makes the food.
Just spits out all your tomatoes and fruits and onions, and it just pops in there. No problem.
Yeah, it's called the replicator. You know, they had it on Star Trek.
Yeah, that's it.
The food replicator. You just Earl tea hot.
Yeah, it's a little tab. It's a little tablet, and it's a steak and kidney pie tablet.
I remember that sci-fi show too. Guy goes, "Oh, I'm hungry." He takes about a handful of. Oh, I'm full.
Yeah. No, it's good to know seasonal stuff. Like, some people move from Scotland down to England in the summer, and they, from season they go back up to
snowbirds.
Yeah.
In the U.S., they move from the northeast down to Florida.
Yep.
And also, what's those other birds that go from Africa?
The Hollywood birds move from Hollywood in the summer. In the summertime, they go up to up here to Idaho to.
Hey, Bob.
What's the ski resort in the middle of Idaho where Robert Redford's at?
Hey, Bob.
They'll come up here in the summertime and they'll go back down to Hollywood unless they're making movies. Yeah.
You're not talking about Aspen, Colorado, are you?
No. Sun Valley, Idaho.
Oh. Yeah, because I know there's a lot of people. What the hell is that? Vail, Colorado. You got a lot of people that live in Vail, Colorado. You got James Hetfield, lead singer of Metallica, who's got a house out in Vail. You've got what the hell's his name? Shoot, what the hell's that actor's name? I always blank out on that guy's name. He played in Robin Hood. He's playing in the Yellowstone TV series. What the hell's his name? Kevin Costner. He's got a ranch out in Vail.
Wow.
There's Bob. I told you he'd be in the last 20 minutes. I was.
Hey, Bob.
What about that wrestler who loves ranches? Lesnar.
Not sure.
Yeah, not sure.
WWE.
Bob, we didn't get a chance to fire CR. He jumped out before we could fire him.
Yeah, he heard you was coming. He heard you was coming, Bob. He heard. And
he made a bunch of creative puns there, Bob.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I like it.
Hey Bob, thanks for pointing that strawberry out to me. It was really good.
Oh, you son of a...
I knew it was coming.
I got some fucking bouncing Betties ready for you, raccoon.
I was fully expecting you to wake up in the morning and
an airstrike on your ass
because a bird got it. You'd be like, "That son of a bitch!"
I haven't checked it yet. No, that one's slated to go to my missus. She's working right now. When she comes home, I'll have that all ready for her. But
if the bird didn't get it
for that freaking raccoon, yeah.
Your missus gonna grill up a raccoon, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Raccoon's pretty good. That's kidding.
Yeah, I was going to use Claymore mines, but I got to be present to hit the clacker 3 times. So I'll use some bouncing Betties, Shit, that just reminds me. Let me run outside and check and see if that strawberry better. That strawberry better be there. I'll be right back.
I'm not saying nothing, but hold on a second. I got to wipe my mouth. I got juices flowing down here.
Oh.
No, this ought to be fun when he comes back and that strawberry's gone. He's gonna
hey, chef, do you ever give your German Shepherd strawberries?
Yeah, when I grow them, I'll give him 1 or 2.
They love strawberries, and
he loves lots of things, but we had to stop giving him a whole lot of stuff because he was having all kinds of other issues on the back end.
Right. Yeah. Did you ever give him? What about broccoli? Broccoli's lovely.
No, I don't give him broccoli. I'll give him green beans. He loves green beans. I'll freeze green. I'll blanch them, freeze them. They're like little snacks. He loves them.
Yeah, My dog loves blueberries, strawberries, vegetables. But that's a good plant. Do you guys get much broccoli over there?
Yeah, well, you can grow it. You just got to watch out for the bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't been able to get it to grow. It just kind of and just doesn't go good where we're at.
Yeah, the thing with
Yeah.
broccoli, if the conditions are perfect, you get a nice head of broccoli. If it gets too warm for like 2 or 3 days, it'll bolt, and you get like all these little florets with flowers on them everywhere. So I am not going to grow broccoli anytime soon. I'm not. It's not worth my trouble because it either comes out great, and 90% of the time it doesn't. And there's no stopping it. It's all the weather. Uh-oh, Bob's back.
Oh.
Oh,
I thought I ate it. Damn it.
I thought I ate it. Must have been in somebody else's garden.
Yeah, it was in the neighbor's garden. No wonder why it tasted funny. It was in the neighbor's garden.
well,
Raided the
Bob,
neighbor's garden,
I've got something for you, Bob, but you're not gonna. I don't think you're gonna need this.
Nice.
Let's see shall I put that up? This is for Bob.
What? I have a heart trap?
No. Shadow, can you put the thing up?
Hey, Dior, you frying
There we
the
go.
right now?
All right, Bob, here you go.
No.
How does recipes for raccoon?
Oh.
Maple bourbon glazed grilled raccoon,
yeah.
raccoon tacos.
Raccoon.
Raccoon tacos.
All right. Hey, Gil,
Dude.
you're fired.
Fired.
I'll tell you what. Here we go. I got something for freaking raccoon chef here. I'll present something here in just a minute. Yeah. See if I can find a photo.
He's trying to figure out his technology here. I'll give him an hour or so.
I think Dios is eating. I think Dios is eating the bacon and his phone.
I think the bacon melted and the phone is stuck in the fat now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so every time I'm trying to live stream, man, this phone starts to overheat. It does okay in the truck because the air conditioner's able to keep it cool, but
yeah. I said turn your Bluetooth off and your whatever you're not using on the radio side. That helps it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a trash panda. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, love you all.
Trash.
Okay. There we go. That's what's coming at the raccoon. See it on the screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Shadow's got to share it.
Yeah, share it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's coming right at the raccoon. Can you see it?
There it is.
Fucking good raccoon.
Yeah. Talking about blotting out a fly with a sledgehammer there, Bob.
Yeah.
Gotta get one of those radio controlled ones.
No, we're calling in for real airstrike on your raccoon.
Yeah, we just got done talking about, all the heavy metals and toxic crap going into the soil after a nuclear strike. What do you think's going to happen with all the depleted uranium shells, 10-millimeter shells, man?
Now, we don't want to talk about that. That's safe and effective. It's okay.
Trash panda, yeah. Actually, there's 2 more strawberries ready to go, and I'm have them ready for the missus. Ladies first. Gotta be good to the women. Give her the first one.
Oh, by the way, we were talking about rhubarb earlier. Don't eat the leaves. Don't eat the leaves.
Yeah, I know that.
I know that too.
They'll make you
That
sick.
was the first thing I learned when I was a kid. Don't eat the leaves. Eat the
What are you talking about? The leaves make an excellent salad.
Really?
Sure. For the raccoon you don't like.
Yeah, Peace Journey loves raccoons and A10s.
I got 14 golden raspberries that'll probably turn golden here in about 4 weeks. Coming out of my little plant in a little pot. Oh, that's it. I'm telling your wife you just ate her strawberry.
Oh.
I got 2 more out there ripe. 2 more.
Not for
Oh.
long.
And they better be there. They better be there when he comes back.
He couldn't resist it. He couldn't resist it.
Couldn't.
Nope.
I was sitting there looking at that shiny, sweet, homegrown man.
Oh
Wow.
man! Oh gosh! Yeah, I'm getting more hungry now.
Mm-hmm.
I've got,
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Oh.
never a rhubarb fan because you have to make it. It's so tart.
Yeah,
You need to add
it is.
strawberries to
Yeah.
it. It's like,
Mhm.
yeah, you know what? I've had
Mhm.
rhubarb pie and whatever else. I think that's about
Mhm.
all you can make out of it. And
Have you
rhubarb
ever tried
strawberry jelly. It's like, yeah, why?
have you
Yeah.
ever tried a rhubarb crumble?
Nope.
Yes.
No,
Rhubarb
I've only had
crumble.
strawberry rhubarb pie.
Yeah, it's like a pie, but it's like a crumbly pie. They call it and custard. Rhubarb and custard. Mm.
Yeah, you
Oh,
got to
I
have
haven't
something
tried that.
sweet because it's so bitter, like me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so you've
like
got to have some.
We usually
custard.
when growing up there were hundreds of acres of rhubarb fields in this area, and I worked for a Japanese family, and Mrs. Shigeo. One day she made me a rhubarb pie, and she had a recipe of what was it, cream cheese, graham cracker crust, cream cheese on the bottom, mixed up with rhubarb was mixed up with strawberries and
sugar.
some sugar and all that. Oh my God, it was. Oh, she, we were out there harvesting the winter rhubarb, bringing it into the hothouses, and she
Hey,
showed up and just
Anunnaki,
handed
good
it
to
to me.
see you.
Here, I'd been a long time employee for the Japanese family. Here, Robert, give this to your mom. I was like, oh cow, wow,
And that ain't making it to mom. That's gonna get eaten on the way home.
No, they were a good family. My opinion is the Japanese Americans were some of the finest Americans I've ever known, ever. I mean, purely honest, hardworking people. Yeah.
Oh, Howie was talking about the Anunnaki, and the Anunnaki came. Did you see that? Anunnaki's in the chat. Hey, Anunnaki, Howie was talking about you earlier. Did you? Nibiru, where's Nibiru?
It's out there somewhere. You just can't see it right now.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm
gonna mute out. I'm gonna mute out for a minute. I'll be right back.
Well, I'll be making a video of this soon for fire season. Fire season's coming up in case we got to evacuate, which is very possible. Very possible. I stopped in at the supermarket today and picked up some dried food for the wife and I in our small backpacks to be able to just grab and go.
Yeah.
And like the example is some apricots. And last week I ate some of the mango and pineapples. So it doesn't. I mean, the stuff's dry. It doesn't weigh much.
Is that freeze dried or is that just dehydrated?
Just dehydrated. Yeah, the freeze dried.
As well. Figs are lovely.
Mm-hmm. And a few other things. I'll make a video of it.
Are they
delicious? Oh my God, that's good. Oh.
Is that Walmart or?
No, like a Fred Meyer wall.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Fred Meyer, the Kroger's. It's a Kroger store.
Yeah, Kroger. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got a few things like that. I'll make a video of it for you guys here coming up. Along with a few treats like some little mints that we can suck on, some little Tootsie Rolls, just enough so the wife and I can put on our H harness and be able to protect ourselves, and then a little knapsack, and bang.
I'd say pair that up with a little bit of beef jerky so you get some protein too.
Got that too. Yeah, brother. I'm on it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
All good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is really good stuff.
Yeah, like several bottles of water, some energized water, kind of flavored. With
Oh yeah.
Do you see they sell bottles of caffeinated water sometimes over at the Dollar Trees?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just plain, like there's no flavor. It's just plain water, but it's caffeinated.
Yeah, that's. See, I got 2 bags of stuff here. I'm going to kind of split it up, but you know and I'll share a really excellent video I found on accident yesterday. But this is here we go. Yours some beef jerky, and this is some flavored Propel water. 2 bottles.
Oh, I was gonna say some of those Propels that they're coming out with now. I actually discovered it a couple of days ago by accident. I bought them over at the Flying J truck stops. Some are actually caffeinated now.
That wouldn't hurt if we're either walking out of here or driving out of here. A little caffeine.
Yeah, you get your a little caffeine, get your electrolytes in, your potassium in, all the same go.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I also will throw in some of those little tablets. They're a sugar tablet for bring your blood sugar up. I'll throw in a couple.
Oh yeah, the glucose tablets.
Thank you. Glucose, yeah. Oh, I'll share out a video with you guys from a fella. It's a long video, but he and his family lived through Hurricane Andrew that hit Tennessee and all that. Fantastic video. Fantastic.
Did Hurricane Andrew, as I understand, that was a hurricane that rocked the state of Florida in 1992. Did that go all the way up into Tennessee?
No, it must have been the most recent hurricane. Steve, what was that one? The one that hit Tennessee, Kentucky, all that. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the one that hit North Carolina? Shoot, I'm trying to think of the name of that one. That's not Hurricane Andrew. That was
another one. I don't remember, but
yeah,
it
mainly affected North Carolina.
He and his family were already preppers, so they had food and all that, and they didn't have any substantial damage to their home, but they lost friends. Some neighbors died, and he stated in that video when he got in his car to drive out to go meet the National Guard, they saw a body in a tree. So one in their area, and one thing he really said was, he said every grown man carried a sidearm, either a long gun, a pistol, a weapon of some kind, and he said, he said to the gun guys out there, I didn't need 10,000 rounds of green tip ammo. He said just a gun load, but he said, he really stressed community because everyone comes together during a disaster and work together.
Well, that was like I said, what the hell's her name? There's a YouTube channel. I think her name is Liberty Doll. I think she lives either in Western North Carolina or Eastern Tennessee. But like I said, that whole area got affected, and she was reporting on that hurricane. I forget the name of that hurricane. I can't remember now.
But it was a really good video because near the end of it, it's a long video. He said the things that you should stock up on, simple stuff like buckets. He said you can never have too many 5-gallon buckets for water, for everything else, And he said,
I agree with that.
Yeah, and he said, don't worry about being bored during these times because you're going to be so busy from morning till night, building fires, on and on and on and on. Yeah, but I'll see if I stored it away on my watch later, and I'll share it out with you guys. And it is a really good video.
I mean, we are getting off topic because we were talking a little bit about plants and gardening, which I figured this is something that you'd be pretty good at. But I will say, it doesn't hurt to have a little bit of entertainment, to take your mind off the monotony of having to do stuff, that way, you got a way to decompress and socialize with your family and your household.
I'll see if I can find that video. But this was a guy who was already prepared, and it was from a first-hand account, not from somebody making up drama. I'll find out here.
There's another YouTube channel I follow. His name is Better Bachelor. He went into the affected areas of Tennessee and North Carolina to deliver relief aid supplies and bottles of water.
Good deal. Yeah, let's see here.
Yeah, like that storm settled over like Black Mountain and Asheville, Carolina, North Carolina.
Nothing really matters. Doesn't matter to me. So, I've got someone singing in the chat there. Sorry, I won't sing no more. Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man, play a song for me.
Okay, here's a watch later.
Elaine just killed tonight. I don't want to die, but if I must go tomorrow, carry on, carry on. I don't know that song.
Chef, you still around?
Yes, I'm here. I came back just for you, Bob. What do you got?
Oh, okay, yeah. Just freaking warning you if you hear that sound of a couple of General Electric jet engines, like
because I hear those sounds all the time where I'm at.
Okay, good.
Wait. Does the A10 use General Electric? Or they use Pratt and Whitney?
I think they were General Electric in the 80s when I was in.
Oh, okay.
I think it's been a long time.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's funny. They keep talking about, the Air Force keeps talking about retiring that plane.
All right. Dear Love thinks this is his own personal concert hall now.
Sorry.
Oh, sister, my life, brevity.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
You okay, dude? You all right?
No, if someone's singing in the chat there, so I was just,
I know you had to sing back to him. I get it.
Sorry, Bob.
He sucks, Bob.
Well, we're going to need some entertainment in SHTF, aren't we?
Yeah, but the internet's not going to work. So
yeah.
No, but around the campfire, if someone pulls out a guitar, you're not going to say, "Oh, come on."
Yeah, well, we haven't gotten to that part yet, and
all right, I'll shut it up. I've got the message. It's okay.
Let's see if I can get this to copy and paste in the side chat.
All right, so the A10 uses the General Electric TF34-GE-100 turbofan.
I'll be damned.
Very, very quiet airplane. Very quiet.
Oh, I was in.
Yeah, except for when it goes brr.
Yeah, no. When I was up in New Hampshire with my wife and her mother and father about 20 years ago, up in the Notch, up by Mount Washington and all that, and all of a sudden we heard this roaring coming through, and we've all looked up, and there were 3 A-10s, probably about 400 feet up, running the valley. Scared the crap. I mean, it shook your guts when they went by.
Yeah. But there's in the side chat, guys, please grab that video and take a look at it and sit down and listen to this guy's firsthand account of what happened. And near the end of it, he started stating things that he made a list of could have done better. A very important video. Listen to it; it's really good. But yeah, when I was in the Air Force, they were a very quiet airplane compared to the fighter planes that I worked on. Very quiet.
You got a TV on there, Bob?
No.
I can hear an echo.
It's coming off of Gil's echo.
Yeah, there is a little bit of an echo. I don't know if it's me or.
I don't think it might be me. I don't know.
There we go.
Hang on, I'm gonna mute myself real quick. I'll disconnect the mic and restart them.
Oh, Jenny. Have a good evening.
All right, you taking off?
Yeah, but in that video I pinned in the side chat, one thing he stressed, he said, if the authorities tell you to evacuate right now. Don't wait, because they lost people that they knew in their town because they didn't evacuate and they got washed out with mudslides and whatever else, and they died. You know. But what was the topic again? Sorry to jump.
Plants, the good, the bad, and is it actually worth learning?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Definitely.
So we've been talking about things like soil, how to make your own soil. How he was talking a lot, gave a lot of useful information. How to make your own soil. We was talking about things like water, what plants is good, you know, in your area to grow plants that are good.
I'm making soil right now. Yep.
Yeah, with your wife's Christmas present. I saw that.
Well, you mean the blender?
Pulls out a blender. I'm like, dude, that's a $high blender when it's not full of dirt and dog poo and whatever else you had in there. I was like,
compost, no dog poo. I have class. It's called compost, not dog poo. Come on.
It looked like it.
It smelled awful, but it was.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Oh, it was
and
a 5
you're gonna
gallon.
use that same blender, go make your wife a strawberry rhubarb smoothie, right?
Oh.
Don't tell her. Damn it! Shut up.
Oh, I know she listens to you.
Hey, on that note,
go ahead.
I was just about to say I'm going to go off. I'm sorry that I'm going to go off now, Bob, because it's always good to talk to you.
Bob will be on later tonight. It'll be about 4 a.m. for you when he goes on.
Yeah,
that's
Sunday.
Sunday night.
Thank you very much, Shadow, for having me on the show. I appreciate you, brother. And oh, by the way, did you just pass the belt in your martial arts?
Yeah.
What belt are you now?
Green.
Good deal.
So how many more belts until you get your black belt?
Well, I have a year to blue belt. Then I have from blue belt, I have 1 year to brown belt.
Wow. It takes years to get it. Wow.
And after the brown belt, it's black belt first dan.
Wow. Well, congratulations. And thanks for being an inspiration.
Well done, Shadow.
Thank you.
Well done. Good night, Jill, Chef, Bob, yours.
Good night.
Yes, Joran.
And take care out there, and everybody in the chat. God bless you all, and see you next week.
Later.
Yeah. See you next week.
I'm glad to see you doing that, Shadow, since you guys are limited on what kind of weapons you can carry.
Yeah.
They're going to outlaw your hands here soon, but that's all right.
Chef, you got nothing to worry about. As soon as you hear those General Electric engines, you're fucking honor, dude.
I got my little caves everywhere. I scurry down that thing so quick, make your head spin.
All right. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, I just threw the link up for it now. The live in 2 hours is the event we're exploring is after the water stops, which is really apropos from earlier. We were talking about it. It was you missed out on that one.
You did.
It got exciting.
Yeah, Howie was involved on that one too.
Yeah, that guy. I had to step in on that one.
I like I said, as soon I was listening to it, off to the side, and as soon as that topic kicked off, it's like, okay, I'm not going to be, I'm not just going to be casually observing this live stream. I got to be a part of this now.
Yeah, every now and then I got to step in and
boy.
Put Dear Loved and just be like, "Look, dude, calm down. Wrong chat for this. Wrong."
Yeah.
And he knows it too because he's like, he'll apologize. He's like, "I'm sorry, Chef. I know I got off top. Yes, you did. Let's get away from that and go back to the food."
I like him. He's very passionate. I like him.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no issues there at all. It's just every now and then the topic goes a little wonky, and I'm like, yeah, nope. We can't do that to Shadow's feed here.
Shoot, I'm surprised. I didn't see him ever show up on Bob's live stream with Peter from Australia, because I'm sure those two would be like, those two get going, and then you go ahead and throw in Slingshot Warrior in there too. It's just gonna.
I'd have to be like, I gotta go to bed now. Can I, guys?
Pretty
I got
much.
some strawberries to go steal.
Peter
I got some
goes-
strawberries. Gotta go get in some weird wig traps.
Yeah, Peter will go off on the Ashkenazi Jews and all this. All the world problems are the Jews. Like, dude, how many thousands of years ago was that? Huh? Come on. Focus. Come back to us. Focus.
Rats can cook better than raccoons. Just saying.
Only if you're making I don't know, Ratatouille. Yes, I saw that movie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, only one rat could cook that good.
Yeah.
The rest were just following instructions.
Yeah.
Hello, Idaho. Yeah, I've had to step in a couple times, during my lives and just go, come on now, calm down.
Bring it back to earth, guys.
Yeah, bring it back down. There's nothing wrong with that as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, like I said, that's mostly with Slingshot though. Like,
Yeah.
Because I've tried steering the conversation with him, and he just doesn't pick up on it. And
No.
He just keeps on going. It's like, dude, and then when you explain to me, it's because he's got a form of autism. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. You might have heard on a couple of my lives with him. I'll just tell him, dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I've heard you say, hey, share the mic. Share the mic.
Yeah, share the mic. Yeah. I believe that everybody's has value. Everyone does. And I don't know. I don't mind having a couple of screwballs on the panel. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I know. You allow me and Chef Deck on your live stream. So
I'm usually the first one on too.
Yeah, usually. Yeah. Because with mine, I don't restrict what you say. I don't. It's like, feel free, as long as it's not religious. As long as it's not
religious. Certain religion
or racist stuff, or
something that's going to obviously get your stream taken down.
Yeah. But I more than one of my lives, I've went back and turned it off and put it on private because I know it violated.
It probably explained why that one live stream disappeared. Because somebody was asking me about it, and I was like, maybe YouTube freaking flagged it for all I know.
I don't know, maybe. Whatever, Anna, whatever you are. You don't know me.
Speaking of cooking, I'm going to go cook my dinner. The wife's away for a week, so I get to eat whatever I want.
Good
Man,
deal.
you and Gil got a lot in common.
Yeah, she just left this morning, but next week I got to go join her down. In the next week or 2 weeks, I got to go back to California. There, she's got a bunch of stuff for me to bring up here.
Oh, mine went to the beach for the week.
The beach.
Oh yeah, she loves the beach. I love the woods, so we're good. She's happy to go out there. I'm happy to go to the woods. She lets me. She doesn't bother me.
I don't blame you there, Chef. I like the solitude of the woods and the mountains.
Yep.
Well, I could go live in our other house, but I've been asked several times, why don't you go live there? It's like, I like my wife. I like her, I mean, I'm not saying what you guys are doing are good or bad or anything, but
I've been married for 35 years, so we've come to the conclusion of she likes it when I go away for a few days because she gets her peace. I don't mind when she goes away. I worry. So she's at the beach and I know where she's at. It's like, okay, she's with a bunch of
in a healthy relationship anyway, that's the way it should be. Everybody needs their personal time and personal space from one another.
Yeah.
But I do got to spank that little brown Asian butt once in a while. I gotta. Well,
wait, which one? The one at the coffee shop or the one that lives with you?
No, I had to.
Uh-oh.
What's that? Sorry.
I know. Internet. Oh, I know what's going on. We're getting a lot of the proton storm coming in right now. I got a flash saying we're up to a geostorm level 4.
Okay.
That's why my battery's going dead quick. Sure.
Is that they don't have? That's not like an A class or B class or M class CME, is it?
That was from a high
The plasma discharge
class, almost an X class.
Ooh.
At us yesterday afternoon.
No, Gil, that wasn't
damn.
caused by any ion or anything. It was just I shut my headphones off, and that made my phone start playing that Laotian music. It wasn't any ions or anything. As soon as I shut my headphones off, and it goes right to the phone. And look at Laotian women, man. Oh, God,
I got kicked out. It's just going foul side. It's like, boop. And it always happens. But anyways, I forgot what I was going to say. I was going to say something. Dang. Oh, so my wife went back because her mom got scammed. Claiming to be from the Federal Trade Commission, and she was going to be charged with money laundering.
Yeah, and you have to pay us. You have to pay us $1,000 in Apple gift cards.
No.
Or Google Play.
$1,000 cash.
Yeah, hand delivered or sent in an envelope.
Handle it. The guy, courier will be there to pick it up.
Oh, good. Make sure the cops are there to arrest the courier.
Oh, they had her so scared she wouldn't call anybody. And the second pickup, my wife was there, and he's going, "Tell her to get out of there." The guy's screaming over the phone. And she has it on speaker. "Tell her to go away. Tell her to go away," because they didn't want to see the guy picked up. My wife, caught the guy and the courier, who was looking scared as crap.
Of course he was.
And turned it all over to the police, and they caught the guy, but the money's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, shocker.
Gil, are you still in law enforcement capacity, or are you just fully retired?
I'm retired.
Oh, okay.
Though my son is in the private sector, but no, I retired. I'm retired. That's why I'm up here. Although they've been bugging me again.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's too bad you still weren't, because wouldn't you have been able to? Would that been within your purview, your jurisdiction?
My wife called me immediately. I called the Alameda County Sheriff. I know the guy. I said, "Hey, this is what's coming towards you." I called the Fremont Police Department chief. Said, "Hey, identify myself. Hey, this information is coming for you. We need an officer out there, a deputy and an officer showed up. 3 days later, they caught the guy, and the guy spilled his guts.
Yeah, but didn't get the money back.
Didn't get the money back. It was gone. It was all he had already passed it on to somebody else.
Low hanging fruit.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Good time. All right, I'm gonna bail here. You guys have a great night, and I'll see you.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, Mark.
All right, take care, Chef.
About 10 o'clock on Sunday night, Bob.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Peace out. I'll post up a
George.
thing.
Thank you, Shadow.
Take care, Mark.
So let all your family members know the no federal agent will text you and say, "Please call this number if you have a question." Yeah. No.
It's been my observation if I'm ever summoned, they usually send something in the mail.
Yeah.
Always.
The thing is, my mother-in-law is 80 years old, and she's getting confused.
Oh. Yeah. Gil, I had a lot of problems with that because I lived with my mom the last few years of her life, and I can't tell you how many sons of bitches I had to sweep off the front porch.
Yeah.
Trying to scam my mom.
My mom, she got. We still had landlines, and so I had a landline in my bedroom. This was just before I got married, and so it was rang in the middle. I go, "Who's calling in the middle of the night?" And I picked up same time she did. And the guy said, "Oh," and so I identified myself. Oh, this is Special Agent Patton with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Click. Hello? Hello? Never called back again.
Yeah, I had so many people try to scam my mom. So
Yeah.
many over the phone and pulling into the driveway because they talked to my mom when I wasn't around, and they'll send a representative over, and
Yeah.
oh, low hanging fruit, baby. Yeah.
My mom was smart enough, she goes, I thought that was, I didn't even give the guy a chance, it was really quick when he said I was saying something, I interrupted. She goes, I know what to do. You should let me have fun with it. Next time I let her have fun with it, I listened in.
Mm-hmm.
So a different one a couple of months later, but yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I've personally been scammed over the phone before. I actually legit have been personally scammed. Like I said, it can happen to anybody. But seniors tend to be the biggest demographic.
Yeah.
Followed by active duty military or their dependents.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's so funny is at our office we had 2 non-VoIP phones that were landlines for emergency in case the internet went down. We got calls on those, and it was everyone quiet because those were supposed to be the emergency phones. And so we pick it up, answer it, and the guy would start saying, we put it on speakerphone, and everyone's just stifling their laughter. And then also one of the guys go, all right, I got the trace going on the call. Yep, we got him identified. And the guy go, whoa, what? You didn't hear me when I answered the phone, did you? We answered at Homeland Security. What's your emergency?
Yeah.
I would probably say we had probably 3 a week on our emergency phones, people calling in trying to scam because it's not listed as the Homeland Security. It's listed as a non-identifier, just a phone number when they try to look it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, those guys are just totally the scum of the earth. They'll take advantage of a senior citizen.
Yeah,
I agree. Should be horse whipped,
Or as Uncle Al would say.
Yeah, as far as going back to be, I might spend part of next winter overseas because I have spells of seasonal depression, and 9 months without any sun or any warmth or being stuck inside the house, not good. So we'll see. We'll see. The wife.
So I'm gonna take a wild guess, okay? Because I know you've mentioned the seasonal depression thing before. I'm gonna go off on a limb and say a doomsday bunker is probably not a good idea for you then.
No. I'm just gonna live normal way of life. Living down in a bunker? No, man. That's no. No, but just to be able to go outside and get some sun, and it will do me a world of good. But yeah, we'll see. But I mean, what I started off saying is because I really like my wife and I like hanging out with her, but I did have to spank her little brown ass the other day. Because I said, hey, look, hon, there's a strawberry almost ready to eat, and and she's sitting out on the patio on the deck with me, and oh, well, I want these strawberries elevated, and I went, go back in the kitchen. The garden is mine. Don't make me have to spank your butt, woman. I'm in charge of the garden. You go in there. Yeah, that's what I was leaning towards. Just like, woman, get the hell out of here. Go in the kitchen and go in there and start cooking. And get the hell out of my garden. Yeah. I don't know what to say. It's raining right now, so this is a good time.
Oh yeah, good time to say to be on here.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I am gonna have to go back out there and finish cutting the rest of the grass. I got a small little strip, and then I got to do some spot mowing real quick because there's a couple strips that I accidentally missed when I was doing my first passes.
How's that push mower working out for you? Is it all right?
Oh, it works great, man. It's a good mower.
Yeah.
Like you said, I had it for 2 weeks, and the first 2 weeks I accidentally bent the blade, so I had to go buy a replacement blade.
Oh,
I'm gonna see about fixing that blade that I accidentally bent because I got caught on a piece of creosote pressure treated timber that was buried in the ground, and that's what bent the crap out of the first blade. But I don't have a vise. I don't have a bench vise attached to my workbench in the garage, so I'm gonna have to go to like Harbor Freight and go buy me one.
just go get a new one, dude. Yeah, take that old one, throw it, whatever.
No, there isn't a vise in there at all. I'm just gonna have to go over to the Harbor Freight and go buy one. Dad bought some nice ones over at Harbor Freight, and I was like, dang. It's kind of inspired me with the ones he picked out. I was like, I'll have to take a look at some of those. And he's like, you got those? Telling me you got those at Harbor Freight? Those are really nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, that's what I've got to cut my grass is a plug-in electric push mower. The most basic, but you know what? It works.
Yeah,
you know?
well, that Ryobi I had, it worked. It worked for a long, about a year and a half. But it worked. Mm-hmm. It worked until it didn't, and then, like I said, it just kind of windings. One day, the windings burned up on the motor, like without warning. All of a sudden, I could smell like ozone. The mower didn't sound right, and I was like, "Oh no!"
Down it goes. Yeah.
And I was talking with one of my high school buddies. He's, because he's always been kind of like a backyard mechanic ever since growing up, taking crap apart and putting stuff back together. He's like, you could have gone onto like partsdirect.com and bought a replacement motor for that. You didn't have to throw that away. It's like, oh, it's already done. I already threw it out. I'm not going to worry about it.
That's what I plan on doing with that electric when it wears out. Is there's a scrap yard not far away. I'll just back in there, throw it in the bin, and order another one on Amazon for about $100. But it makes me feel good. I've got the cheapest mower in the neighborhood, and I'm not ashamed of it. But
and you don't have a beer gut to go with it like your neighbors do that are riding the lawn tractors.
Yeah, and when I hear the neighbors out there pulling, trying to get the damn thing to start, and I just push a button. Yeah, exactly. I'm not 200 pounds overweight.
Yeah, the one thing I wish I could have got to do before that freaking electric mower died on me. I needed to get my freaking electric generator, gasoline powered generator service. I still got to get service. I forgot to get service. I was going to ratchet strap it down to the top of my electric mower and plug a cord in there, and so it'd be the world's first electric hybrid gasoline powered mower.
That's all right. Oh man. Yeah, Dear Love's still in the side chat there. He heard all kinds of Shadow was saying terrible things about you, Dear Love. Terrible.
You're fired, Bob, for that one.
Yeah.
Right on.
And the triple strike.
Shadow saying mean things, that's kind of out of character. He's always quiet and always smiling and always being polite. I can't see him being any other way.
That's why I chose him to say Shadow did it. It's unheard of. It's absolutely unheard of.
Definitely.
Well, I'm just still talking with the wife about maybe me staying overseas in the wintertime, But we'll see. I like her, but sometimes I still got to remind her that I'm the man of the house. Don't try to step.
What are you talking about? You ain't a man. You said you said you just got back from Thailand.
Well,
you keep talking about your tactical shiwi.
My tactical shiwi is for emergency use only. Damn it! When I fucking geisha kimono and spin in a circle and scream, you know. Sometimes my wife does stupid shit like that just to irritate me. That's
to wind you up.
yeah. I do the same thing to her too. You know, hon, you can't go to work again today. I'll have no one to irritate. And get this, I said that to her the other day. She accepted a few hours in another clinic, and I go, "You can't go. I got no one to irritate." And she goes, "Irritate the birds and the squirrels." The what? The squirrels. She's trying to say squirrel.
Squirrels, yeah.
Irritate the birds and the squirrels. What? You know, your little friends, the squirrels. The squirrels. Yeah.
Too much attention on her. Comment in there. I will admit I am jealous of my wife sometimes. She gets to love all of this.
Oh, no, not jealous. I'd say occasionally envious of spending more time with her. That's all. But
yeah,
as far as jealousy, no. She doesn't go out fuck around or anything like that. No.
Yeah, neither does mine. But yeah, I understand you times you just miss them.
Yeah, I do. Mm-hmm. I do. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then like, yes, you can go shopping by yourself. You can go shopping by yourself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. As far as shopping and all that, I don't want to be. Don't go shopping with a woman, dude. Don't do it. You know.
I figured out the secret though to go shopping with a woman, especially if she goes to the fabric store. You start picking out stuff to get, and she goes, "No, I got everything. We're gone."
Yeah.
Oh,
just especially clothes shopping. Oh fuck! Oh hell no! Oh hell no! It's like when my wife and daughter will go shopping. Like, have fun. Bye. Bye. Enjoy.
I'm gonna go off, wander to the hardware section, go look at some tools. Or I'm gonna go to the sporting goods section and look at some firearms or something.
Yeah.
So Shadow, how long are we gonna go?
Not for long. We are run for 4 hours and 26 minutes and 48 seconds.
You're looking a little tired there.
Yeah, I was gonna say isn't it like 2 a.m. over there?
No, after midnight.
Oh, it's at midnight. Okay.
Yeah. What's this Anunnaki talking about here? Yeah, well, okay, dude. You know, maybe you and I think differently or something, whatever. It's another slingshot, you know. Shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah, we kind of ran. We kind of covered all the plant things. Now we're just kicking back, being guys.
Yeah, talking shit.
I'm surprised Bob hasn't been like Shadow. Where's the hot Asians? You know, like why don't you have any Filipinas on here? You know, it's usually what you follow up with there, Bob.
Oh, I know. Well, I had Icy Fit on my line.
I know.
I was really surprised.
Somebody was asking me about her. I was like, I don't know her, man. That's the first time I ever ran into her.
Yeah, she said, "Oh, Bob, I heard mental health and stuff because that's one of the things she focuses in on her channel." I was like, "Shit, Icy came up on a panel. What the hell? I've never seen her on anyone else's panel ever."
Yeah, and I was on the same panel as her.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, she knows both of us. Yeah, she knows we're both pretty solid guys, And she's on my FB, and we talk a little bit about Shadow and myself and others learning about preparedness, which is really good because she lives in Japan, for God's sakes, and the earthquake that they get over there. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Yeah. I'm surprised preparedness isn't a bigger cultural thing down there.
maybe it is, but the Japanese are very quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're really quiet about things like that. They
They're
don't
very private people.
very private. Yeah, good way to put it, Shadow. Well said. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, like I think in South Korea, I think it'd be more prevalent because the threat of North Korea.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing I
Yeah.
run into with a lot of Asian cultures is they are fluent in English. They can speak it, read it, and write it, but there's that losing face thing. They don't want to speak it to make a mistake.
Oh, gotcha.
That's why they'll sit there quietly and they won't talk. But they understand what you're saying, reading and writing. They understand it very well.
Yeah,
Probably
Japan had a 6.1 this morning.
Who did?
Japan.
Japan, yeah.
And then the Carnatic region, that's down by Australia, had a 6.0 today.
Rim of fire, baby. Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Bob, are you? I guess I shouldn't be asking this because it probably narrows down the search. But I was just gonna say, like, how serious is I'm gonna ask, how serious is the threat of that I-5 corridor? To you and your loved ones. I'm not gonna ask which side of the I-5 you're living on. I should ask, how what's the serious, how serious?
In what way do you mean? Like for earthquakes or something?
Earthquakes, yeah. I'm talking about Ring of Fire stuff.
Oh, right. Now, the husband of the coffee shop owner, he's a retired Seattle firefighter.
Okay.
And he and I have a few discussions on preparedness. And he said straight out, if the big one hits us here, I-5's done. It's over. We can't get to you.
Yeah.
And he said straight out, you're going to be abandoned for a week or two or more. You're not going to be able to get any groceries in and out.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, and he said, including us firefighters, we're not going to be able to get to you for weeks, so you've got to prepare for that.
Yeah.
I wish I could have an interview with him, but he's very hard to find.
Yeah.
He's the perfect guy to talk to. He did firefighter downtown Seattle for years. He knows what he's talking about.
You guys got those bridges that go across the Columbia, and that's attached to the I-5, and
right. There are if I-5 goes down, the whole area will not be completely paralyzed, but the older bridges and the older gullies and all that, it will take much longer to get from north to south.
Yeah.
East to west, we can travel without too much trouble, but north to south, that's a real concern. Yeah.
Well, I'm wondering if any of the mountain pass highways, was it like 84 and 90? I'm not sure which one that goes through LaGrange and all that. I don't know if any of that would be affected.
You can, if we get the big one, I'm sure they will be because of rock and landslides.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, is the landslides.
Yeah. That's why, anyone who's in my situation who has half a brain has got food put away.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Even if
and probably more than the FEMA's minimum recommendations too.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I don't have a boiler room full of canned goods, but I've got enough food to keep us sustained for a while. In fact, the stuff I bought today for being able to evacuate adds more to that.
Yeah.
And that's what Brady was trying to impress on me is to just keep in mind, Bob, if the big one hits, we firefighters will not be able to get to you for weeks or more. So, you know,
Well, that makes sense. I mean, it checks out. I mean, how long did it take for the first responders to respond after the hurricane came in and wiped everything out over there? And
yeah. Oh man. Well, I think that the video, I'll post it in the side chat again about that guy from the hurricane, Hurricane Helene. Please watch that video, save it, whatever you got to do, share it. Share it out, whatever you got to do. There we go. Copy. This guy is lived through it. Excellent video. But yeah, he talked pretty openly about it. It was hard. It was really hard. And he's, you know, one thing he said is like, if you think for a moment that you're going to be bored, he goes, you're going to be busier than any other time of your whole life, just gathering water and on and on. But
yeah, clearing brush.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And he said, things to consider is like staying patient with your spouse because you're constantly busy. He said his wife was unloading buckets of water out of the truck, and he's up on the roof trying to clear branches off, and they got into a heated argument about what duty is more important. You know what I mean? It's an excellent video. Really well done.
Yeah. I think Palmetto did a little bit of a video too at the aftermath of that hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
But Palmetto, I think he lives in South Carolina.
I think.
Yeah.
So.
South Carolina, the northern part of South Carolina. Yeah. He didn't get roof damage like he did a couple of years ago when that one branch came through his roof.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hurricane Helene. Yeah.
Well, I think I wrap things up now,
Yeah.
guys. I need to go to bed and.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thanks,
All right,
guys, for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for letting us on.
Yep. Peace out, guys.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go live tomorrow, 7 p.m. Pacific. So.
All right. Yeah, I'll try to be there.
Kind of screwballs I might have on my panel.
Yeah, let us know if any of them strawberries turn up missing.
There's going to be a few. Later, guys. Peace out.
Later.
See you, Bob. All right, I'm going to go ahead and drop off here and let you wrap it up. I got to get some stuff going on outside here.
You need to prepare your live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
and I got to get back to mowing. Later.
Take care, Gil. Thank you, Anunnaki. I appreciate it. And you guys have a great day, great week. And I will see you next week, same day, same time, same channel. And don't forget, be part of the solution, not the problem. God bless everyone. And thank you, Ace, for stopping by. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you, gentlemen and dudes. I was gonna ask thoughts on chemtrails. Well, I'm not. I don't know much when it comes to chemtrails, actually. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know much either.
But there are probably someone
I do know.
who knows.
I do know cloud seeding is a thing, but like I said, I don't know much about the chemtrails. I mean, I've got some theories, but I could be way off base personally.
Probably.
Anyhow,
I heard about chemtrails, but I don't put any
don't put
effort
much,
to.
much stock into it. Yeah.
Nah. Well, guys, I see you next week.
All right. See you, Shadow.
See you.